comfy seats, tea's about to get wild. We've got true crime tales and a mischievous smile. More life, chaos, the highs and the lows, laughing through the madness, anything goes. It's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights, the stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome, grab your drink, come run. We love true crime, real life and fun, and free care and rejoice. Interviews, confessions, and a little bit of sass. Laughing so we're breathless, letting troubles pass. Among squad missions to mysteries at night. Grab your crew, settle in, it's a wild ride. It's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights and stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome, grab your drink, come run. He loves true crime, real life and fun. Hell, it's free care reach.
Did you follow it in trial one?
Time with Amy Boston and Kelly Free Karen Reed.
The funny thing is, it's like less bodies and boots on the ground this time around because of the buffer zone and everything. But there's more people than ever, like watching it, like on YouTube shows. And it's kind of like the opposite of what it was in trial one. But there was a bunch of us down here, but not a lot of people were keeping up with the trial.
Yeah, I watched.
Not until like halfway or toward the end of the trial did people start saying, "Wow, what's going on?"
Right.
And then when the beginning of trial one, a lot of people didn't have a clue. So going into trial two, a lot of people are covering it. But I think the buffer zone kind of hurt our numbers down.
Yes.
You want to say hi to the show?
Cheers, everybody. From Indianapolis. Every check. Yes, you can tell that. He doesn't stop talking, Robin. That's what Scott said.
Switch the camera.
Wait a minute. No, I don't recognize that. Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay, no, I don't know what. But I think I've heard people do that.
Yes, he's we made it fast.
Well, Sergeant Harmon's here. A few of the group already went over. Greeted him for the morning talk.
Yeah.
Well, the early morning crowd here. We have the pretty much a regular group. Some people show up as late as 8:30 down the far end, the 400-foot line, to see Karen drive in. So our numbers will increase here over the next hour. Breezy, if not windy, as always down here. At least the sky's brightened up a little bit. I think we're gonna get wet. Me and a bunch of us are going on the duck boat later, so I'll be leaving boots on the ground area down there, probably like 11 a.m. or 1 o'clock duck boat tour. You know, Nan Gallagher, aka Laferio, is in town. The Clara. Clara was in court yesterday. I think Nan is going into court today. I don't know if they'll be down here earlier to be with boots on the ground. Say Nan might be down before court to be out here a little bit before she goes into court. Leclerc is in town. He usually comes down here, boots on the ground, if he's not going to court. I know JFK is in town. He might be around today or even going into court himself. His partner on the show, James Jackson, went into court the other day. Karen and her family usually get these YouTube creators to go into court with them a day or two while they're here in town.
This summer, from last year, kids will be in. But what if it's one there? What you're not.
There's mainstream media presence here all the time, but this seems to be less than, say, in trial one, for some reason. The one thing that there's been of some controversy this time around is the media pool lottery. 10 seats that are available in the courtroom. All the media has to put their name in a hat, and like actually the results from yesterday's lottery come out. So today we'll find out who's in court next week from media. Some mainstream media people are losing every week, and some of the more fringe media people are getting in every week. So you get some people complaining that the lottery's fixed. Who knows? Get the Petro winning every week. Grant Smith Ellis. Meanwhile, it was like Ted Daniel losing every week for a while. He was on a losing streak. He started getting in here a week or so or two. I mean, I suppose it's better than the chair system they had in trial one, where the people had to camp out in chairs all night, holding a spot for the media to get into trial one, which became problematic at times. So then they went to the lottery idea. But the major Boston channels don't automatically get in. That name gets put in the hat just with everybody else. So some weeks the media that won the lottery is kind of odd. Some winners aren't even here, and then their chair goes to an alternate. There's a few visitors here that have traveled. Other than that, it's the core group of us out here every morning for the early crew and the morning prayer and pledge of allegiance, and then we march down at 8 a.m. to the 400-foot buffer zone line to greet Karen drive in. So some people show up 8:30 just to see her drive in. They're not down here early for this part.
I think the protesting for
7:42. So, huddle up for prayer and pledge of allegiance soon here.
So, occasionally I get up there and
Yeah,
Did we know who the next witness was yesterday before she ended court early?
no,
No.
I don't. So who's next witness? No, so there's people.
At the end of the court day yesterday, they were about to get into the next witness, and then Bev just called it a day. She was looking at the time. Well, I was curious if somebody had an idea of who the next witness was supposed to be.
her little,
Oh, yeah.
little sign to print on. See, we have the Scott statue.
Ah,
I'm like, why?
she coming earlier every day?
Coming today.
Oh. All right. She usually doesn't drive through here this early.
Look at this. Famous fella. Brenda's okay. No, you got dust duty, that is. I know. I would. So, yeah, so I put our class on the website. Probably spots on.
No, it's just Harmon talking to one of the news anchors over there about something.
Yeah, well, that basically, yeah, that's what it is. I don't that's like, you preach it to me, you know. I did.
Hoping for warmer weather for the duck boat tour. Of course, that didn't happen. It'd be a little cool on that thing today.
It's basically, see it. And they're like those sauce, don't get to the steak, but fresh. Fine, doesn't have to work. So one thing you equal that for that. Let's make it. And then,
We know who's leading prayer and pledge of allegiance. One of the locals that walks through here every day.
Which dog's up, you know?
Who's doing the prayer? I got 7:45-ish.
Please. Good luck, Layla. Danny loves you. Get up, Daddy and Kenny. Have a good day in the school. You guys coming in? Move it, move it. Turn the camera off.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Morning.
Yeah, no.
Shannon.
Yeah, you're number 2 minutes.
Give up.
Live, you're going live on the, you should talk to the science. For text messages. Yeah.
Are you using that to do the group picture? Is that what you're trying to do? Are you running out of storage for photos? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, that's right. Yeah, really good.
Again, people, I cannot see the chat with this link. It's tough to interact with the audience here. And I did a lot of talking last night. I'm not really in a talking mood, sorry. So once again, I've been tasked with running the link here. Get coverage of this. Morning. Please, I'd be curious the vehicle count per day going down High Street through Devon's here. It's crazy. A lot of people can get off of Route 1 and go down High Street here and just keep going. Get over to I-95. It's fun. This becomes like a major artery to get from Route 1 to 95. It goes right through historic downtown Dedham. Now we're going into another court day. We have no idea who the next witness is. Because they were about to call a witness, and then Judge Canoni realized it was too late in the day to really get into it, so she ended court a little early yesterday. So I was wondering if somebody had a clue as to who the witness was on deck yesterday. Nobody's heard anything. Yep. All right. I gotta get in the back.
I'll take it out probably your clothes and stuff. Come right over here. What you got? Good
Oh, that looks good. Oh, you got a remote? Look at her. Tina. 1, 2, 3.
All right. That'll be fake news. It'll look like it was a sunny day.
Yeah.
Sun came out for a second. Where is the flag? The flag. Can you carry it down there? Leaning against the other pillar over there. Please. Oh yeah, the glare was talking about that picture.
Jesus Christ.
He's
No, I should have stayed home today. You going on the boat? I think they have them on it, don't they? Yeah. So many people. Makes sense. There is a yeah.
35. 35.
I'll take my son. Really? They actually have sprinters. Yeah, right. Awesome. Shit. It's so crazy. This side's disgusting. That side's great. It's like it gets more sunlight. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I can recruit somebody else. Any volunteers to carry my flag? Leaning against that pillar over there, please. Thank you.
Hey, just say, Scott, just say, Steve, hello, Steve.
Oh, hi, Steve. I'll see you in a few.
In the car park.
Ah, see,
Get out, you Steve.
I've never done that.
Dog you for us. Yes, I know.
It was one day. It was one day I was here, and I was just staying in my truck, warm and dry, while they were doing the prayer, and then I went down to the far end. Yeah. Pretty cool temperatures and some wind. It's not wintry out, but it's pretty chill. Couple minutes and then we turn into pumpkins. We must vacate the buffer zone.
Well, how do you enjoy last night, Scott? On Release the Silence. It was a good show, I thought.
No, thank you.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, went into it like having no idea what we were going to talk about, and it just kind of flowed from there.
that's the best thing, but you can talk about anything, so it's not.
Yeah.
What do you think about Judge Bev's signals to Brennan? No stuff.
Oh yeah, the microdocs video looked pretty shady to me.
I know. I thought you might have something to say about it. You know. Right. Well, Mark, are we going? Yeah.
Forward march.
Sharon, which Sharon? You stand up.
Yeah, so like Sergeant Harmon doesn't consider the buffer zone in effect until 8 a.m. So that's why we can hang down here with our free can read gear and signs. They'll have to vacate the buffer zone. There was a noontime hearing yesterday in front of a different judge here in this court. I don't know what will result in that hearing. Judge took it under advisement. And then, of course, Mark Randazza has a hearing in federal court Thursday regarding the buffer zone and possible modification or overriding Judge Cannoni's latest buffer zone ruling, which is word salad gobbledygook. So I don't know if the other Superior Court judge in this courthouse is going to do anything about it. Maybe trying to get ahead of it before the feds step in and do something about it, but Bev being ordered by the First Circuit Federal Court to do something, rewrite the buffer zone was an utter failure, of course. So it still needs to be fixed.
Yes.
The old buffer zone was line was restored. We'd all be here where we were in trial one. I mean, they still park here, but you can't display free can read stuff on your vehicle or hang here with signs because she moved the buffer zone line another 200 feet, kicked us out of this area. Just out of spite, I believe. They claimed it was because the jurors could hear us. I think that's a lie. They just wanted to push us out of this area and make it uncomfortable. Take away parking. What I do with the flag is I just stick it in the fencing, you know, where the loops are, they hook the fences together. Just anywhere. My arm's already tired. I don't have a phone stick. Yeah, thank you.
You know, it's all just.
Yeah. No matter where we go, they had just add more fencing. Like, oh, the cattle have like gone into the road, so we it's a sign, don't feed the animals. Right. Yeah, like I said, we have to leave the buffer zone at 8 o'clock, so we end up down here early. Because realistically, Karen or in our team aren't driving through here till 8:45-ish. Sometimes we'll see Bill and Janet Reed before that come by. Either they're driving themselves or Nathan Reed's driving him in. He tries to drive him in a few times a week when he can. Few breaks in the clouds here and there. You peek at the sun, but I don't think it's going to stay out. Tomorrow's supposed to be really bad. Pouring rain. It's only a half day of court, so. We had a few rainy days last week or the week before. People manage ponchos and umbrellas, but Jen Root is here. Sister of Just en Route. I mean, her cause trying to bring awareness to what happened to her brother. He was shot and killed in Brookline, which we all believe was obviously excessive use of deadly force. The Just en Route thing, because it involves DA Morrissey's office. Some of the state police detectives are kind of merged into the Free Karen Reed movement ancillary, just as the Sandra Birchmore stuff kind of merged into the Free Karen Reed. They're all related. They're all related to DA Meatball Morrissey's office. Morrissey's state police detectives covering the murder of Sandra Birchmore by former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell. Hi, I'm live. I don't know if you want to say hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Jen does some good signs. And exactly. So they cannot investigate themselves. And that directly ties into the Just en Route case and how they, after the excessive deadly force, how many rounds were fired?
31 in Brookline and 15 in Boston.
So 15 rounds fired in Boston. Just on, he was hit multiple times, car chase ensued. Pit maneuvered his vehicle, he crashed in Brookline, wounded, he exited the vehicle, collapsed in front of a strip mall in Brookline on Route 9. The chasing police arrived, surrounded him in a circle. He's unarmed, possibly to the point where he's dying on the ground, and they unloaded into him. So there was an investigation into the possible excessive use of deadly force, especially on the second encounter with Justin. And of course, DA Morrissey's office investigated themselves, and everybody was cleared. It was a good shoot. So Jen, they cannot investigate themselves sign. It actually applies to the Officer John O'Keefe, Karen Reed case. It applies to the Sandra Birchmore case. And obviously to the Justin Root case. The problem with these DA's offices in Massachusetts is there's no, they have their own state police detective groups, and there's literally no higher authority above them. Other than possibly the Attorney General or the governor. But Attorney General Andrea Campbell or Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey certainly aren't going to go after Meatball Morrissey's office. They're all on the same team. You look at the arrest of former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell last August by the U.S. Attorney's Office and the DOJ. Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Campbell has done zero into investigating the murder of Sandra Birchmore. She hasn't lifted a finger, done nothing. So if the feds hadn't stepped in and arrested Matthew Farwell, nothing would have been done. And that's going to be an interesting trial when that begins. Matthew Farwell's next court date is July 1st, I believe. They keep slow walking that. A lot of us tend to believe that they're delaying the beginning of Matthew Farwell's trial until after this trial is over. A lot's going to come out in that Matthew Farwell trial, especially DA Morrissey troopers, Carino, Fanning, that were part of the cover-up in the Sandra Birchmore case. They deemed it a suicide early on, never truly investigated Matthew Farwell, basically covered for him. Just as in, the murder of John O'Keefe, they were covering for other police officers. Covering for police officers, they cannot investigate themselves. As Jen Stein says. So other than federal intervention, as we've seen in trial 1 and in trial 2, the DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office was on to this early. They knew that Officer John O'Keefe was not run over by Karen Reed. In fact, they hired ACA to prove it. Her vehicle did not hit him. So obviously something else happened to him. Going into trial 1, we all thought, the feds could step in at any minute and arrest all the true culprits. Of course, that did not happen. The other side claims that the feds are gone and they've packed up and left town. But a lot of us don't believe that 100%. But I mean, if they were to arrest everybody that was involved in this, you're talking crazy. Multiple police officers, the DA himself. I don't know. It's, it's almost like the DOJ, FBI, and U.S. Attorney's Office was like, oh my God, our dragnet's so full. What do we do? And if we do arrest all these people, we're going to have them dead to rights. The 98% conviction rate is what it is because of that. So.
You know, that is naughty. Oh, wicked.
I don't think the sun's staying out at all, you know. Even when it poked out there for a second, it was like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Yes.
So Dylan, what looking for validation?
No, I'm just sorry for Neil. I'm so sorry for the you.
Yeah,
No, number one.
all right. Dennis, as usual, is on the wrong side of the fence. But I don't see any police yet down here. Pick up.
I'm like,
I had just a baseball cap on earlier, and then I went and got my just en route cap.
I know, like, all right, hold on, let's do it. Like, hey, let's do a screen. Let's do a selfie. I'm trying to get better at this.
Hey, there we have the matching just en route hat.
I'm like,
Yeah, people are unfamiliar with the case.
yeah. You can go to justonroute.com and you can learn more about his story there. A lot of the same investigators in the Norfolk DA's office, the same for Sandra Birchmore and for Officer John O'Keefe were in Justin's too. But his investigation was done in 30 days. One would say that it was done from the moment it happened.
Yeah,
But it's important to make sure that this doesn't happen to other people. Proper investigations need to occur, and as long as they're investigating themselves, their colleagues, I mean, they have close working relationships. They can't be impartial and they can't be transparent, no matter what you say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you ask everybody,
I
like,
agree.
should the police investigate themselves? The answer is no. And so why are they? Why are they?
I was jabbering on here earlier, and I think part of the problem is these these district attorneys have their own embedded state police detective groups.
Correct.
And they have no oversight. They're like rogue entities, and there's nobody above them other than the attorney general, I guess, could bring in an independent investigation. But then you get into the politics where, Maura Healey and Andrea Campbell aren't going to go after a legacy Democrat like Morrissey. So you get into the politics there too. So.
Simply, it could just be an independent investigation or have an independent unit that's set up just for that solely. They're not involved,
Yeah.
right? And then we can have that. that.
Well, we've talked to law enforcement in other states.
Yeah.
And some states have like their own like bureau investigation type of unit
Yeah.
that's like above, like say the Massachusetts, you have the state police, which is the top dog law enforcement agency in Massachusetts. And then these DAs are able to handpick state trooper detectives to work in their office under them. So they become like each DA in Massachusetts has their own little state police detective group.
Yeah.
And once they go into the DA's office, they're kind of detached from the state police organization, and they now work for that DA. They kind of like gone rogue, and then they become loyal to the DA, and there's nobody above them. Where other states, they have like like Georgia Bureau of Investigation or whatever. I can't think off the top of my head.
A lot of times they
With
work
states?
hand in hand with the actual local police department.
Right.
So in Justin's case, the Boston police were also collecting evidence or not collecting evidence, however.
Oh yeah, because the incidents started in Boston and then ended up in Brookline, which is Norfolk County, right?
Yeah, that's Norfolk County. But even for Norfolk County, they work together. They split up different jobs. Like the Norfolk DA is going to do this, they're going to do that, and that doesn't work either.
No. You would need a independent organization that's above, say, the state police and the district attorney's offices to be able to investigate downward upon them. But all we have is the feds stepping in to investigate them.
Because, the level that's happening here is pretty big. But there was a family member who had also lost a loved one to police that had said, there needs to be something like they have for aviation. When there's a crash of an airplane, there's something, there's an entity.
Yeah, National Transportation Safety Board, FAA.
Yeah, an oversight.
Oversight, yeah. Yeah, so if there's a questionable police shooting, it should automatically be this higher organization that comes in independent, completely independent of a DA and his handpicked detectives. So that there's no conflict of interest.
Well, there would be more integrity in the system, and we wouldn't feel so discouraged. And they should actually want that too.
Right. Well, yes and no.
Yeah, right. I know, but in reality, right? In reality,
they would want
accountability.
Oh yeah, we're open to investigation from this higher authority. We have nothing to hide. Right? That's what they should say. But you have somebody like Morrissey, who the only possible agency above him is the feds, and he just calls the feds boogeyman, and they're no good. They're corrupt. It's crazy. Because he doesn't like the idea of having somebody looking down on him and his business.
They won't even reopen an investigation because just to even the idea of the Attorney General coming in and reopening a case that a DA has got is like so taboo. I mean, you try to look into it, you can't find out if it's ever really actually done. And then they say, oh, we appointed somebody, but they will always point some retired DA and people who already have this infiltration. It's like, no, that's not what we're talking about. Like, we really need someone impartial, not with ties.
Right, exactly. Like you said, even the Attorney General, even though she has the power to reopen something Morrissey did, she doesn't want to. What's up, Jack? How are you?
I'm Roger. What is that?
Yeah.
How you doing? All right.
Good. Yeah. A little chilly here, so I got to put on the cap.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna do 20 with Scott.
Yup.
Yeah.
You guys-
I always have my just on cap.
Live.
Yeah. Like so you said, Andrea Campbell isn't gonna bust open a new investigation on Michael Morrissey.
No.
She can't. should, but you can't. You won't. Especially when Matthew Crowell was arrested. Crazy. Hey Chris, I'm live. Hi, good morning. Good to see you.
Hi, everyone.
People, like I said earlier, slowly filtering in. He hasn't been winning the media lottery, so he hasn't really been coming that much. Is he? Yeah.
What's that mean?
There's only 10 members of the media are allowed into the trial. So every Tuesday, all the press credentialed media put their name in the hat, and only 10 are picked. So Turtle Boy puts his name in the hat every week, but he lost like 3 weeks in a row. So because he can't be in the courtroom reporting, he'll come down to protest with us, but he can't be in the courtroom. So it kind of discourages him from coming down here, I think. Like if it's a week where he won the media lottery, he'd be down here every day because he's in the courtroom.
And it's for the week.
Yeah. So they draw it Tuesday night. They announce the who won this morning. So he'll know this morning if he's in for next week. But it's crazy because even the mainstream media have to put their name in the hat. So like Ted Daniel was like losing like every week. He wasn't getting in. But some of the more obscure, like never heard of them, they win. You would think the mainstream media would get automatic seats, and then the extra seats would be like lottery seats. But no, everybody has to put their name in a hat, so it's total luck who gets to be in the courtroom.
No, I have to work my 5-hour-a-week job that I have left.
Good morning. Howard. Some people are winning that media lottery like every week, and it's starting to look fishy. More fuel for the fire for the conspiracy theorists. Seeing who's winning the media lottery every week. I don't have another phone to look at the chat or see the picture quality I'm getting down here because obviously when you're looking at it on your phone it looks crystal clear, but I need another phone to see what it actually looks like. Got like Ken Sign here. We were talking about how these cases all tie together. You got Karen Reed framed, Sandra Birchmore murdered, and Justin Root executed. So that sign kind of sums it up when we're talking about these three cases and how they relate to DA Meeple Morrissey's office. I mean, other than the buoy that was injected into trial one from the feds, DOJ, and the FBI. That was some tangible proof of some of the shenanigans going on, and proof positive that the feds were or are still investigating DA Morrissey's office. Secondly, when former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell was arrested by the feds last August for the murder of Sandra Birchmore, to me, that's the most solid proof. You know, show me receipts. That's my receipt to show to you that the feds have been investigating Morrissey's office for a while. And the Matthew Farwell federal trial for the murder of Sandra Birchmore is going to reveal even more dirt from Morrissey's office. Not going to be good for him. More of DA Meatball Morrissey's detectives are going to be impeached in that trial. I think it's those federal trials on televised. You never know what the feds will do. They might try to skirt around that and find a way to convict Farwell without dragging all of DA Morris troopers down. Just like even in this trial, I mean, Michael Proctor got fired. And you can picture somebody like Morrissey just trying to blame it all on Proctor, make him a fall guy. But Buchanan getting grilled for 3 days in trial too didn't look too great, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Some sun for a little bit, and then all of a sudden it looks grayer than ever. Sometimes it's 8 to 8:40 seems like it takes forever. Or 8:45 or whatever.
I know, it felt like we were here 40 minutes yesterday. And I kept phone, it was 8:15.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I know some people used to go down that end, but now there's a crowd down that end.
That's right. We're always gonna have something to stand out for.
Yeah.
Depending what the traffic is. So traffic between like 8:30 to 9 o'clock just exponentially increases with every minute. So usually by the time Karen's driving by here, the traffic's backed up all the way up to here. And you have to kind of judge where maybe her car stops in the traffic, and people try to figure out where they are along this fence that's going to be the best possible spot to catch her when the car's not moving. He's usually one of the news photographers here from CBS Boston. He's up here. He doesn't use his news camera though. He uses his phone. He tries to film her coming in every morning. I haven't seen him today. It was still dark here. Morning.
How are you doing today?
Good. I'm trying to run Dylan's show, and I can't see
So
chat.
you need a stick.
Need a stick here. Yeah. Okay. Then.
Can't you use one of their phones to see the chat?
No.
Sometimes somebody will give me one. I can just look at the chat. So they did the other day.
Yeah, I could watch it.
For the thermal font.
Is anybody in on the show? I don't know. Just wanted to look at it for a minute.
You can't even come on the street. Johnny, why don't you get down there, fuck them up?
Get all that stuff.
Well, try another. Trying to get another phone. All right, I just grabbed somebody else's phone so I can see the chat for a minute. And also look at what kind of picture quality I'm getting here. Doesn't look too bad, I guess. Just trying to see who's in the chat this morning. Robin G. Hi, Tracy B. Yeah, this is our downtime. Once we get kicked out of the buffer zone, we come down here past the 400-foot and wait for Karen to drive by. So, rather than everybody socializing with each other, 8 to 8:45 seems like a long time down here. Sometimes. Yeah, the buffer zone enforcement begins at 8 a.m. So we're in front of the court 7 to 8 a.m. where we can have signs and apparel. But at 8 o'clock, we have to exit the buffer zone. I mean, you can stay in the buffer zone if you don't have any signs or apparel. Sort of. You can't really stay in front of the courthouse. Sergeant Harmon's not going to allow that, but you can go across the street, hang around. But we like to come down this end, still have our signs and apparel for when Karen drives by. And then people either bag up their signs or they park pretty close over here and just sneak them back to their cars. I bag my sign up and I walk the full 600 feet past the front of the courthouse again to the other end of the buffer zone. That's where I hang out during when court's in session, because you're only 200 feet away from the court on that side of the buffer zone, and I can have the signs on my truck and wear all my apparel and hold my sign. With this extended buffer zone on this end, you could stay up here, I guess, but you'd be stuck right where we're standing. It's kind of a tough place to do, stand up. And you're pretty far from the court. When we're down the other end, the 200-foot line, which it didn't move, you can actually see the courthouse pretty, you're not exactly close, but you're fairly close. And you can have all your signs and gear outside the buffer zone, and that's the closest you're going to get to the front of the courthouse is on that end. Make America follow the Constitution again. Yeah, that would be nice. So it's especially not in Massachusetts or Norfolk County. Yeah, court session starts at 9. As I was talking about is 8 a.m. The buffer zone starts being enforced. Prior to 8 a.m., they really don't enforce the buffer zone rules. This buffer zone as it exists today, I don't think it's going to change. Judge yesterday heard an argument presented by Attorney Randazzo on behalf of Erica Wall. And then Randazzo's in front of a federal judge Thursday. in regards to this buffer zone. So I think hopefully sometime next week, we see changes made regarding this buffer zone and how it's being enforced and what its perimeter is. Sorry about that. Just handed the camera to do this video and I didn't silence my phone. Trying to film this yourself this morning?
Yeah, my doctor's had an appointment.
Yeah. I was looking for him. Yeah, all right. There you go. Because he's down here every day.
Yeah, he only comes up, he's got doctor.
Yeah. He's expert at it. He's got some good footage of her down here. Yeah. That's one of the news reporters and the gentleman I was talking about earlier that's normally down here photographing. Not here today, so she has to do it herself. Well, one of the problems with the way the buffer zone is written is what they can consider to be improper signage or apparel, like Erica's sweatshirt basically said, I forget the exact wording, Norfolk County is criminal, run by criminals. Didn't say anything about can't read, doesn't say anything directly about the case, so it's kind of very loose interpretation that state police cat team or Sergeant Harmon was considering violation of the buffer zone. It wasn't like a blatant free Karen Reed shirt. Attorney Randazza was saying that I didn't go into the hearing at noontime yesterday, but he said that the judge that heard his argument was smiling and almost laughing about how ludicrous the enforcement of this buffer zone is out here. So I don't know what kind of ruling could come out of that. So Erica went into court yesterday to be arraigned, but DA Meatball Morrissey has to hire an independent prosecutor because of the conflict of interest. They found somebody to take that role. He went in front of the judge in Stoughton District around 9:45, 10 o'clock, something like that. And he basically asked the judge for more time because he needs to get up to speed on the case. So Erica's back in court Friday for arraignment because obviously she can't be arraigned unless there's a prosecutor willing to prosecute the case. And anybody directly involved with attorney DA Meatball Morrissey's office can't prosecute the case because of the conflict of interest. It's killing me. Yeah, I'll need a sling. Well, a camera stick would help. Your arm gets. Yeah.
Mosquito hot attack.
Or like a strap, a rope holding my. I gotta hold my arm up.
You're right about the body cast. Oh man, a little stick.
The stick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who's Kim? The guy.
She has to film herself because her cameraman's not here.
Oh, is that what's going on? I was
She's already failing because she'd be down here already.
yeah. Gotta run along this side. All right, here we go. You're gonna blow by everybody.
Yeah.
Move along.
Bye.
Yeah, well. Go for that stock.
Yes. Yes.
We're with you.
Yeah. It is 10.
We're with you, Karen. Stay strong. What's his name? LJ. Oh, hi, LJ. I said, you want to say good morning to Karen? He said, no, I want to say I love you, Karen. So
That's a
old.
great
He's
dog.
5. He's 5. Daughter is 5. Oh, thank you.
Hey, Alan. Nice to see you. Hiya.
That's a great, it's so awesome. You're such a great team.
Thank you guys.
Doing a great job.
Did Dr. Wolf? Yeah.
We're with you. We're with you.
Yeah, so the doctor will from the I keep forgetting the name of their company. All right, so
My daughter is up already 15, but today I'm. Next time I'll bring a few friends.
Dennis, I'm losing my mind. Dylan,
Yeah.
I'm gonna log off.
Yeah, that's fine. So I've got Bex.
I gotta bag up my sign and then I
Bex is it.
gotta run down to the other end of the buffer zone.
Go off. Just take yourself out. And then when if you want to go back in, Bex will put you back in.
All right.
Bex will play music. Thank you, Scott. Thank you,
All right.
everybody.
Bye, everybody.
You are unmuted.
All right, could I see counsel at sidebar, please? All right, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
Leave it for now. rise to the court, jurors entering. Please be seated.
Good morning, jurors. So an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to, don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually, and the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether no filming. All right, send it back and we'll get it back. Thank you very much.
Court will rise, please.
All right, now I'll see counsel.
Hello guys. So I was looking at Sue O'Connell and she just said that the judge entered the room, called the sidebar of course. The judge is doing all the talking. The judge is reading something to the lawyers. Then Alan Jackson and Karen look towards the empty juror box. Judge asked Karen something. And then the defense was huddling. Then Jackson conferred with Brenner. And then that's when she told the jury that they had to leave. Sidebar is with counsel, and the chief of court official is at sidebar. Am I?
Charred. Master the names of
So that is
vegetables in this video.
all I've
Let's
got
get
so
started.
far.
Tomato.
Shh, tomato, you guys. Tomato.
Why does another?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear Liam's tomato?
I can. Hi,
We're
Liam.
learning about tomatoes. Liam, say hi. Hi.
Hi. What this doesn't surprise me. You remember the last time with the jurors and they had to pull, I mean, they didn't pull everybody up, but they pulled up I want to say Egg Lady, but it wasn't Egg Lady. There was the people that supposedly got found at like CF McCarthy's by Denim Cop and like all this shit. What do they have people like someone, I think it was Lucas said there, he was like, oh, he probably got caught in like a chat. Imagine if he was given, someone was given like a free membership and they're like, wait, that's a juror.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I mean, that didn't happen, but it's fun to speculate.
It just says an issue has come up. That's what Ted Daniels said. But let's see what he else said. What else he said? Let me get to.
Is Ted Daniels in there today?
I think so. I know Sue is in there.
Can we pull their tweets up on screen?
Yeah.
I don't have an actual account to do it.
Let's see. It's just weird. Like, I don't know why she does this. Liam, what are you getting into? You're not supposed to. All right. So he has everyone exit the room, she said. Everyone, the second floor, nobody can wait outside the courtroom. I forget how to work. Freaking X all the time. That's suspicious. Someone said I have grave concerns. Someone said
Lucas was saying that Judge Canoni told everyone to exit the court and no one can be on the second floor whatsoever. I wonder if it has to do with the guy that they're searching for in Canton that was making threats. Maybe they're shutting the shit down for the day, or who knows?
Yeah, that's what Ted just said, that she told everybody to leave and they weren't allowed to be on the second floor.
Yeah. People are nuts, man. This is what I mean about people going real life. Like, you can have real passionate opinions about a case. We've been doing true crime for a long time, and I have been passionate about certain cases, not as quite as activisty as I have been with Karen Reed, but people are fucking wild. And this is what I mean by going real life. Like, when you're making threats against like court officials and you're doing a manhunt on a fucking Wednesday morning for you.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, man, that's what they're saying. I had Nana looking at it to see if she could see anything, but apparently they're looking for someone who was making threats and Canton. Like, fucking stop. Fucking stop it. Both sides need to stop it. Stop it. Stop going real life, man. Have your opinions, say them online, have online feuds, and keep it fucking moving. Get a hobby, go touch some grass.
This makes sense. It says this should be a public trial. The courtroom should not be closed. We've heard jury inquiries in the trial around the country. This is concerning that everything is so concealed. Not wrong.
Concerning. It is concerning that Bev's like, everyone get off the second floor? Excuse me? What?
The whole floor. It's like, what is this?
The whole floor. The whole thing.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm just checking to see who else. Because Karen Reed starts off day 20 with more shenanigans and scandals. Each juror is brought up individually to be questioned by Auntie Bev. No idea what it's about, but of course this happens in this trial. Rigging the jury is the only way Hank Brennan can avoid an acquittal.
Really? And so she cleared the second floor of the fucking courthouse. And not for nothing, this like person that supposedly they're looking for isn't in Dedham. I know people from Massachusetts don't know the map of like where Canton is next to Dedham. Like, it's not like fucking close. Like, if the guy's on foot, it would take him 3 hours to get to the fucking courthouse in Canton. Okay.
I just don't know what the I just don't like there's nobody knows what's happening. Like, they just know that they were kicked off the floor, you know?
Yeah.
I know that day 20 was Christina Hanley was supposed to be back at some point, but they were going to do another witness first, and they didn't know who it was.
Right. I guarantee you, I'd put money on this. I'm not going to, but I would put money on this that one of the jurors did maybe a little investigate, or they were just merely talking about the case in the mix of themselves, and another juror turned them in. That's what happened last time.
Maybe,
supposedly.
yeah. I mean, we haven't. I mean, we've gotten this far without any issues with the jury. Liam, turn it down, please. We've got it this far without any
They're
issues.
saying that they're making faces and laughing and stuff. I would too. Like, I wear all of my emotions on my face. If I don't like you, you can tell by the way my face looks.
How could you not? Like,
right?
with our,
How could you not react? They are the fact finder. They're the only ones in that court. Not the only ones, but they're the ones that matter in that room. And for Bev, like, why don't you tell Peggy to fix her face?
Oh, Sue said they were told to leave and take all electronic devices with them. Sometimes we leave laptops during recesses. We're not allowed on the second floor where the courtroom is.
Lucas, we want to speculate. We got time, boo. We got time. If you wanna speculate with us, come on up.
I want to speculate.
Exactly,
Come on. Who wants to speculate?
I'll speculate all the fuck I want. Yeah.
We're not in trial.
We got time, bitch. We got time. I'm not spreading rumors. I'm just saying what this all could be and what it like. God, hold on, my phone. What it could be, what it could look like. Like, we don't know what's going on, but to clear the whole second floor, the saying is, what the fuck happened? I left for 30 minutes, and yeah, Kevin, the whole second floor of Dedham Courthouse got cleared out.
Nikki, you're up. We just can't see you yet. I have to add some stuff.
All right, I gotta bounce. Actually, now that Nikki's up, I gotta go. No offense, Nick, but
whatever, bitch.
Oh, and I think Lucas is here too. I love you. Bye.
I love you. No, I think somebody's been researching and maybe said something to somebody else, and somebody fucking ratted. That's what I think.
You
to be
think?
honest.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, I do. I fully believe that's what happened. I mean, it's hard not to. You're a human. You know, anybody, especially with something so convoluted as this fucking case.
Oh yeah.
You know that they're going to search it. So I guarantee that's what happened. Like, I know, like, I mean, if I were not aware of this case, which it's hard to believe that not even the jury ain't, but I just have a feeling that's what happened. Lucas, what do you think, bud?
I'm just waiting and seeing. I'm not making any predictions, assumptions. When she said yesterday to Christina Hanley, we're going to call you back tomorrow, but it won't be first thing. It'll be later on in the day. And I thought, well, maybe they've got some work to do. And this is the work that they're doing. So we don't know anything about it. I'm not surprised that nobody knows anything about it. It'll be some court stuff. Wouldn't surprise me if Fanning was involved, but that's a bit tongue-in-cheek sarcasm.
That would be...
We'll find out.
That would definitely be interesting if he was involved. But I mean, the thing is, it's just like,
yeah,
why?
I mean, for her to personally pull each one of them aside and talk to each one of them, that's what I think. I think that she's trying to play, you know, good cop, bad cop, and trying to see who squeals and who doesn't.
Yeah.
Now Karen's in there, right? So lawyer, says this could mean one of a few things. Most likely that something has come to the attention of the lawyers or judge that a juror has said or done something to cause one of the jurors to be excused. Everyone remember the movie Juror Number 2. So that's what he said. It's probably somebody said something, most likely.
Well, if you notice yesterday, Karen and Alan Jackson were sat on their own at a table while the sidebar went on, but they didn't join. That made me pay attention because I thought, what the hell could be going on there? And it's hard to know what all this is about, but
there's so many possible reasons. I don't even want to start guessing.
Yeah, you can't, and that's what I one thing I hate about this case is that everybody does speculate, so rumors start swirling like that. So we won't know until we know, you know what I mean?
Well, people were saying this yesterday about John Peterson's tweet, and this is all speculation, of course, but he had said that 1/3 of the jury are not college graduates, 50% are not LinkedIn. No idea if the defense is talking about this. So, I mean, a lot of people
talk about that.
Well, a lot of people were saying, "How do you know?" But I mean, it says, "In my opinion," so I don't think we can say that he technically knows anything. You know what I mean? But like I said, speculation. Liam's cracking himself up, guys.
So you're saying because they're not a college graduate that they don't know
that he had been investigating who the jurors were.
Well, he's going to get locked up then, isn't he, if he's doing that? Jesus.
Because that's what a lot of people are saying, because that's what he's saying, that the 1/3 of the jury are not college graduates, 15% are not on LinkedIn. Well, how does he have that? How does he know that information?
If he's been stalking the jury, that's
well,
interfering with
he
the
was
jury.
caught filming, and so I wouldn't put it past him. He's a fucking lunatic. So
he's an asshole, isn't he? He comes up with some right shit.
Like I said, that's pure speculation, but that's been a lot of people who have said it. So, of course, it could be rumor, just like we said earlier. So, I mean, you got to hold like with one tether and know that it could be, it couldn't be. Just we don't know. But figure, let's go back and hang out. Look at Nikki all in the middle. It's a Nikki sandwich.
You
love it.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see like what comes out of this. Yeah, I mean, everybody just, I knew when they were taking their time something was gonna go off. I didn't know what, but
thanks, Rosie. I made it the other night. Our backdrop.
Somebody on X says that this is going to reveal Judge Canoni's jury tampering, and that's why Karen and her attorneys are there.
What do you mean by that? Like, how would it reveal? If her attorneys and her are in there, how would it reveal her tampering? If she's there listening.
Because they're the ones that are accusing it, obviously.
Oh, okay.
On the count of I got a little secret. Watch this.
I thought they just cleared the second floor. They didn't clear the whole courtroom, did they, Colleen?
On the count of I got a little secret. Watch this.
I would love for something to go, and Liam, turn it down, please. No. I just got told no.
Oh, somebody else says the jury tampering was predictable. Here it comes. Okay.
I mean, yeah, as soon as they start making faces and stuff like that, they're gonna want to figure out who to send off. They don't want to keep people. That's how he's gonna get his conviction, is messing with the jury.
Yeah.
Especially after yesterday and the day before of ripping apart.
Well, anything and everything has happened in this trial. Some things we've predicted.
I do think. Oh, go ahead, Lucas. Sorry.
Some things we've predicted. Some things have shocked us. And I'm at the point now where I don't, I'm not going to be surprised at anything that happens that Judge Canoni does or decides.
Right.
Sorry, Nick, go on.
No, I think that she cleared out the second floor because that's where, like,
That's where kind of like the media goes when they have to, you know what I mean, sometimes. So maybe it's because she doesn't want any media there.
Is there other courtrooms on that floor?
I have no idea. I've never been there.
That's what
I'm assuming probably, but
I mean, I know there's a media room, but I thought it was on the first floor that they had all the media who didn't get allowed like passes. They can watch live streams from the certain room. So I didn't know if there was a second floor here in another courtroom. But remember last week she ended early because of Turk's thing with his sentencing. So I don't know. I don't like not knowing. I want to know it all.
Young jerks have just posted on X, and they've said Hoss long to rig this jury like the last one. That is so funny. Oh my god.
Lucas, you have the best laugh. Oh my god.
Yeah, but that is funny. Hoss long to rig this jury like the last one. Oh god, I'm gonna share that one. That is so funny. Brilliant.
How do you guys feel about his clips yesterday? Because I feel like all three clips that he played are everything the jury already knew.
What do you mean? Sorry, I can't stop laughing at that.
Like the three clips he played, yesterday afternoon after Shannon left, Mr. Burgess, a fake guy. Which, by the way, didn't he say he
Can
was
I
not?
just say I absolutely love Lucas's giggle.
Oh my god, it's the best, Amy. He has had me cracking up. I'm gonna move you over so we can see your face. Right. I'm moving Amy over so we can see who she is. Let's see. No, that didn't work. She left. So
I didn't see the clips, so I'm out on that one.
The clips she said at the end of trial yesterday, it was like talking about when they missed the street, and John said it was right there, and so she did turn around to go back, which we know she had to do a 3-point turn around. She had to pull into someone's driveway, pull out, and then go again. So you know that happened. And then that was the first clip, and then second clip, I don't remember what the second one was. The third one was that she was at the voicemail, and she was the second one was the voicemail that she left him. You could hear her feet on the floor, and you could hear her go in the house and into the kitchen. And that one happened at 12:41. But everyone's saying, "Why? How did she get home at 12:36 and get down the car till 12:41?" She was pissed off. I would be in there crying or screaming or something, or trying to fix myself and compose myself, knowing that his kids were, or his daughter, his niece was in there. You know what I mean?
I personally think these clips are irrelevant.
I do too. And then the third one was talking about that they thought that John died between 12:25 and 12:30. And that's what the defense had estimated last time. So, which honestly doesn't prove the timeline of the prosecution of the Commonwealth at all. Everyone's saying that proves that, it's closer to the time, or it proves his timeline. No, it doesn't, because his 12:25, 12:30 is when everybody figured, because he left the car, or 12:23 is when Ryan got the text from Nagel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, so if he was already in the house and they think he died around 12:25, 12:30, that makes sense. It doesn't make sense to me and the other thing is that Shannon Burgess admitted yesterday that just because there was a event doesn't mean it was a collision.
Exactly. Ryan Nagel didn't give an exact time of that text from Julie, but he said it was around 20 minutes to half an hour before he got to 34 Fairview.
The first text.
So,
Right. I'm talking about when he texted her to say here.
ah, sorry. Right. Yeah.
That was at 12:23.
Come on, Lucas, get your shit together.
Yeah, but we haven't got their phones to know what time that was.
Right.
No,
exactly.
but it was. I mean, it's in previous testimony that's what time it was at. By Julie Nagel, by Ryan Nagel, and Jen McCabe said so last year because she had the screenshot of Nagel's text.
They didn't take they didn't look at the clock or the watch or the phone to see what time it was when things were happening. So, I mean, when everybody else, not everybody, but when certain people have been so precise about seconds, like Burgess and Brennan, nobody else is. And what you've just said about, the fitting things in, they can basically re-engineer any of the story to fit in with whatever timeline they want it to fit in with. They're just fucking making this up.
Correct.
So
that's right.
Yeah.
Well, like you said yesterday with the and we were talking about this morning, and Kurt was saying with the 2-second variance, like.
Yeah, I watched that video, and
he cracked me up with his black hole, and how the black hole sucked John in.
Ah, yeah. He said exactly what I was saying yesterday. That a clock is a clock, right? And I got it wrong yesterday. I said it was over 5 hours. It wasn't. It was over 4 hours. But who's going to hold me to an hour? But you've got 1 second, 2 second variance up until a certain time,
right?
And then you get an 8-second variant, and then you get a 16 to 29 second variant. Clocks don't fucking work like that. And if they did,
apparently Shannon had a date variance. So I mean, graduation date variance didn't matter.
Yeah. If it did, it would be wrong. It would be wrong after that, and randomly and intermittently, because it would be broken. Somebody else on X said, and I don't know whether this was in defense or in opposition to Burgess, but it said if a clock was stopped, it would be right at least twice every day.
Right.
And I'm thinking, what fucking use is that? What good is that information? If the clock was stopped, it wouldn't be good to man the fucking beast, no matter whether it was right twice a day or not.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the old saying.
That's a saying us Americans use, Lucas.
Yeah, it's a stupid thing. Yeah, we use it with the
or even
clock.
A blind squirrel gets his nut.
Yeah. The clock is right at least twice a day is what we say,
Yeah, but yeah, the whole timeline thing is just bullshit. Did you watch any of that Vilipolitan video, Kelly?
No, I haven't had a chance.
Don't waste your time. Don't waste your fucking time. He just, honestly, I don't know what planet he's on.
Because when I texted you this morning and told you I was going to watch it, that's when Liam came out and decided he was going to start dry
heat. He's
heat.
on mainstream media planet, Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he goes back and forth. Like, there's some days I can watch it, and some days I'm just like.
I mean, he even Nurse Kim, my girl Nurse Kim, she was on with John DePietro, and he praised John DePietro of his work and to check out his stuff. Yes.
Really?
Yeah, Kim was upset.
What the fuck? I mean, you only have to listen to his understanding of time drift. Time drift is not what you think it might be. And when I listened to that, I laughed my ass off. I really laughed my ass off, and I thought, this guy hasn't got a fucking clue. But he's putting it out there as though he knows what he's talking about, and that's dangerous because some people will take notice and believe him. Especially if they don't know what he's talking about. And yeah, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, Vinnie Politan suggested or stated that time drift is when you get one set of events happening in a specific certain timeline and you adjust them to match another one. It drifts into another set of events, and that's what he said time drift was, clock drift.
Was
What
he
a
being
complete load of bollocks.
facetious or sarcastic?
No, he was being fucking serious. You watch that
Oh.
video. The link is in the group chat.
Oh, okay, I'll check it out.
And it's at about 6 minutes, I think.
It's
Yeah,
his
I'll check it out.
podcast with the tangents. or
Oh
whatever.
yeah, I fucking can't stand them.
They
Especially the angry guy at the bottom. He just thinks he doesn't see anything past Karen being guilty.
Oh yeah, he just. And the thing is with Vinny, like when Vinny's on his own, I'm fine. I can deal with Vinny. But when Vinny is
So
with those
Fuck 'em.
two, it feels like
fuck 'em.
ugh, it's just gross.
Hmm.
I don't know. This is.
Did Kelly mute us? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you,
Marco.
Polo.
Marco.
Can you hear us, Nikki? Nikki,
Hello.
can you not hear us?
All by myself.
Lucas, you can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, so it's Nikki.
Oh, we
She's
can't hear
probably
Kelly, so that's fantastic. Lucas, can you talk?
I can talk, yeah. What, can you hear me?
I'm just kidding, Kel. Just kidding. I live for your voice. I wake up and I'm like, oh my god, let me hear Kelly's voice in the morning. First thing.
Shut up!
I like to have it before I even have my coffee.
She's muted.
You're kidding.
I know, I just said
Is
it.
it just me? Can everybody else hear Lucas
Hang on.
and oh, okay. Well, fuck. It must be mine. Okay. It sucks. Bye.
Bye.
Lol.
Lol. No tampering, lol.
Lol. So I think it's definitely got something to do with the jury. Because they wouldn't have
Who went out to the bar saying that they were a juror? That's what I want to know.
Hey?
There she is.
That's not what I was going to say, actually, but carry on.
Nikki, you can hear us? Nikki? Oh, she has another one. Hold on. Oh, it's Mock. Never mind.
Yo,
What's low?
let the fuckery begin.
How's it going, mate?
What's up, Lucas?
Another day, another dollar.
Yeah. Bev's gonna holler.
Yeah. Well, no, Bev would say, sorry, but I haven't got change for $1.
Oh, she fucking sucks.
What do you think's going on, Mark?
I don't know. I think they're just getting their ass kicked and trying to throw a wrench in it all. But
Oh, you think this is coming from the CW?
I don't know. You can't speculate on this case because
Yeah, no speculating.
no.
But if you're Hank Brennan, all you do is fucking speculate.
I mean, the whole time I've just been like, all it takes is one juror, you know? All they got to do is not like Karen and it's fucking mistrial. Here we go again.
Well, yeah. They could have, when Beth says each day, don't go snooping, don't go looking on the internet. What if they found out that one of them has?
Well, that's probably, I mean, it's 2025. They're saying this jury's a lot younger. You're telling me they're not looking at their phones? Like, shit comes across my phone all the time about this case.
Everybody's on Twitter too. So
Right.
and it's all over Twitter.
How can you avoid it?
Right. It's unavoidable, really,
Especially
especially
when something big happens, like
being in Norfolk County. You know what I mean?
Your phone knows where you are. It sends you stuff on purpose.
Oh, your phone knows a lot.
Now, it's interesting to think of the permutations of what it could be, but likelihood is we'll probably never find out what this issue is.
The
We'll
amount of
just find out.
70s porn popping up yesterday was crazy.
An internal court thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing too, is we won't get the truth. Everyone screams, mistrial, mistrial, oh my god, it's happening. It's like, no, it's not.
Yeah, the feds are coming.
Yeah.
The feds are outside. Yeah, that was when who said that?
Remember, like 3 weeks ago, they were literally saying mistrial outside of court, and there was nothing.
Yeah, that's when Karen was sick.
That,
Right.
yeah, that was
No,
thank
yeah,
you.
you're
No,
right,
it was when like Paul was supposedly in the DA's office or something.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think one person in this friggin' group just runs with it.
Well, both sides, honestly.
Yeah, 100%.
All sides.
Yeah.
All sides.
I mean, everybody speculates. Everybody wants to know, and that's why the rumors fly.
Yeah, right. That's why you shouldn't entertain rumors. You know.
I mean, even with a video, like you have, there was a video Microdots had cleaned up him pulling up Higgins pulling in the parking lot. And then just this morning, I saw someone say, "There's another person behind or underneath."
Yeah, I keep seeing that too.
Like, what the heck? Like, what are you doing? Who's watching a video that hard to figure it out? Like, he would have figured it out.
Well, that video Jesus girl, like, dissected everything. But they're all like, Microdots already had that. You stole that from him. So it's like, all right, here we go.
Yeah, I think I've seen Video Jesus, some of what she talks about. I mean, that girl knows her shit.
I totally agree. And Turtle Boy went after her.
So much detail, I get lost really quickly because it's all geeky fucking codec shit that I don't even need to know. I just need to know that the video is running.
You should play it, Kelly, today. She's got like the heat map on the video and shit. Like, it's pretty wild.
Video Jesus.
Video Jesus on X.
Abby.
And when Brian Higgins opens that back door, I don't know. Don't take it from me, but like she said, there's like a white sheet.
Let's see. Enhanced with custom voice, deep learning, upscaling. Is that the one?
I think so. Yeah, she goes into crazy.
That's so much. Like she has like 4 or 5 different videos.
It took her like days to get one of them going. Like that's how long her computers or something.
She's been warning us for days, so that's what she's doing.
Yeah.
Not a huge deal or anything. Just spent hours building a custom grade noise profile and scripting kernels with pro plugin tools in Python.
One of them says like.
This one is she put on YouTube.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Let's see.
But Lucas, I agree. Like, I think she's pretty friggin' smart. So
I think she's fucking awesome. Yeah.
I don't know what. Like Turtle Boy was shredding her. Like, you don't know what you're doing. It's like, dude, you can't even start a show without having 10 issues.
Yeah, but everybody's got their own opinion. But if Aiden comes out and starts traducing somebody, other people are going to jump on the bandwagon and fucking get behind him.
Right.
I mean, I make up my own mind.
Kelly, read Aiden's X post. Amy said.
Aiden's?
I agree, Lucas. Like, you can't take away what the girl's done with these videos. Like,
Aiden, another post?
Yeah, wait until the girls have stopped speaking, Mark, and then tell me.
Aiden posted, did John DePietro commit jury tampering? It's very concerning how John DePietro, the propagandist for Hank Brennan, knows about the personal details of every juror. So, is this the video you're talking about, Mark?
Yeah.
All right, let me play it real quick.
All right.
it.
I mean, I didn't see this one, but it looks pretty good still.
She has.
The other one is showing him going into his car, and there's like a sheet in the back.
Oh, in the back seat. Okay, here.
I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about. I just thought it was interesting. Like,
Well, it's. It's kind of sus. But it's hard because we don't know what is in that.
right, but also like, how could anything be in there?
Maybe he has Jimmy Hoffa.
That's it. He found him.
He didn't have that truck, so like, how could he?
Right, exactly. I don't know about that, but I mean,
It's May 2025.
Okay, so here's what Dixie Norma says.
Was it the body of Chloe? Just saying.
Well, how would they have it there? That truck was there the whole time. You would see it on camera if they gave it on camera. But so look, 12/31/47. This is when Jen said, "Pull behind me."
Great job.
So it says
Today is
the entire timeline circus laid bare. Let's break down what we're asking us to swallow with what the prosecution experts want you to believe. Karen's Lexus performed a backing maneuver, allegedly the death blow, that ended at 12/31/43, per the car's text stream data. John O'Keefe's phone registered 36 steps that ended at 12/32/16, per cell phone device analytics from Whiffen. So if you want us to believe that John got hit by a reversing car, and then continued to walk 36 steps after being run over, or that his phone just magically kept logging movement like a zombie Fitbit. Also, Jen McCabe's "pull behind me" text was sent at 12/31/47, just 4 seconds after the alleged fatal impact, would mean Karen was receiving parking instructions literally in the same breath as supposedly mowing someone down.
This is why they're saying that it's 29 seconds drift. So
Right, but how are they? Jen was looking out the window when she sent that text. She testified that she was looking out the window when she sent that text.
Okay. But what does that have to do with the timeline?
Because if she was looking out the window when she sent that text at 12:31, her phone isn't off. It's if his phone's off. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't correlate to me. Doesn't make sense. Hers says 12:31:47, but yet they're saying at 12:31:43 is when she backed up. But if she's looking outside at 12:31:47, she's gonna see it happen. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but
And honestly, it only had at that time it only had like really a 2-second drift at 12:30. It didn't have a 21-second drift according to that chart, right?
it was no, it started after that. It started at 1:48 a.m.
Right. So it was only at what, +2 or -2?
because they didn't have any data before then from the vehicle. So I don't know.
And not only that, an event is shown no matter from what I've learned, the event is shown no matter what you do in the car. If you turn the light on in the car, that shows an event. If you turn your windshield wipers on, it shows an event. She did have the light on in the car at that time when they drove around her.
It depends from model to model because Lexus keep changing this based on the version of the car. Not all Lexus vehicles log the same events, and not all Lexus vehicles have the same events that can be logged. So some might log putting your seatbelt on, while others don't. And that can be the case for a lot of things. So I don't. This is why I said yesterday when Burgess was talking about logged events, he didn't know what the logged events were. He just talked about them like they were just normal, but not everything is logged.
Right. Well, and not only that, if this was a backing up event and it was where is the one from 507? Why did that not log with her hitting John's car?
It didn't set off any airbags. They might not
log an event in the car.
Might not have been detected as a collision.
Well, not the events don't just because it's an event doesn't mean it's a collision. That's what he was saying yesterday.
Say again, Kelly.
Just because there's an event doesn't mean there's a collision.
No, just because there's a collision doesn't mean there's an event. You know?
Right.
And it was quite obvious that Karen backed into John's car because we saw the car move.
Right. Even though they say it was tapped.
Fuck what they say. It definitely moved. That car definitely moved. It might have only been half an inch, but it definitely moved. And you know, if the only part of Karen's SUV that was touching John's car was the tail light, and the tail light took the impact, obviously because it cracked the tail light, then there might not have been anything registered on the vehicle.
Well, and if you look at that taillight housing, let's see if I can find it.
So the only piece that wasn't retrieved was the clear piece, and that's clearly what she was missing, right? And they never retrieved it. So what I've always thought is, I mean, everybody's like, "Oh, do you see any pieces of tail light after she hit?" Well, you're not going to see it in the video because it's clear.
Look at where all of Proctor's are together except for that one piece to the left. Then it's the CERT team found those two. Berkey found the one at the bottom. Then MSP found the ones on the sides, and then Buchanan found that one in a little itty bitty piece. But see the leftover pieces? So Proctor found all these pieces in one spot together. On different days.
Okay. Where's 3 dash something? I'm looking for 3 dash something because it's the only one that didn't start with 7.
It might be the one that's up here in the corner because that still is not. That part was the part. That's part of the stuff. There was like half of the pieces left over. And look how thick that stuff is. But do you see what I'm like? It just looks odd with Proctor being the only one finding all of that side.
I don't know.
From you got 2.8 down here, 2.18, 2.18, 2.3, 2.11.
He's been given a lot of latitude to do his job, and he's obviously abused his position. That's why he's been dismissed. And I wouldn't put it past him to have planted every single fucking piece that was ever found, because as was pointed out, nobody ever found any plastic on the lawn, any taillight on the lawn of 34 Fairview before they had Karen's SUV in the Sollyport.
Not only that, 2 weeks after, which is in between the middle of him finding it, the Alberts had a party at their house.
Yeah.
And everybody was walking all over the lawn to get to the house. They all had to park on the street.
Yeah. Well, they might have been asked to plant taillight as well. You never know.
Let's have a planting party.
Mm-hmm.
We can come back up next if you have. You want me to send you the link? I keep watching the fan. It's driving me crazy.
Where did Mark go?
Mark got kicked out by his service, I think.
As the old saying goes, size matters. At Morgan & Morgan,
Natalie, you said
nearly 6,000 people on staff. But at the core, this is and always
the DNA rumor is pretty accurate. So it's just pizza, right? That's what they have there.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday. And if you have a problem, call our mom. Morgan & Morgan.
So Berkey found the bottom piece. MSP
found
3 pieces.
Here, I'll put it back up for you. I clicked out of it.
Huh?
I thought I clicked out of it. Let me find it for you.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm just looking at the. I'm not looking at StreamYard. I'm looking at the channel.
Oh, okay. Our channel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll share it again because I turned it. I got it that one.
Yeah. It doesn't really indicate there's anything wrong because Proctor found most of it. I mean, like the CW keep pointing out, Proctor was never there on the day. He never visited 34 Fairview.
Right.
But it's very, very suspicious that they would find small pieces of taillight fragment and not the big pieces. You know, Berkowitz found that big piece 3 weeks later.
In the rain from his car driving by.
You know,
and
so
he wears really thick glasses, from what I hear.
Did somebody steal it and put it back, and he just happened to be driving past at the right time? You know, it doesn't make sense. It really does not make sense, and you can't you know, you've got to have reasonable doubt. If they can find glass, clear drinking glass, in a fucking blizzard or after a blizzard,
With
they
your
can
amazing
find 9 pieces of drinking glass with a fucking leaf blower, then they can find bright red pieces of taillight, and they didn't find
Give
any.
them a lot of credit when they don't deserve it.
Nikki says, watch Microdot's video from yesterday with Higgins.
Let's see. Microdots. No, it's not very long, but we can watch it real quick.
She says it's 15 minutes.
Is it?
Well, she says it's 15
Is
minutes.
it microdots or is it the Higgins one?
Yeah, she says, watch the Microdots video from yesterday with Higgins.
Okay.
And it's 15 minutes long, I think is what she means.
On the stand is Commonwealth expert witness Shannon Burgess, who's just been exposed for lying about his educational credentials and misrepresenting his communication.
Did you do that, Amy?
For putting such a deeply flawed witness on the stand in the first place.
I was like, what is going on?
Were you notified?
I have this one. Right here. Let's see.
Sometime before 1:26 a.m. Brian Higgins walks outside, gets into his Jeep, never sees the body of a man over 6 feet tall lying directly beneath the flagpole, despite it being illuminated by the powerful plow lights mounted on the front. No sneaker, no shards of reflective plastic on the road in front of him. Brian Higgins then drives away from 34 Fairview Road. It's 1:26 a.m. We will first see Brian Higgins arrive to the police station as viewed from the rear parking lot camera. It is mounted on the back corner of the Sallyport garage. The red circle represents where he parks. He exits the vehicle. The surveillance video picks up his iPhone's true depth facial ID camera, scanning his face. This means he's looking directly into his device. He hesitates momentarily, looks back at the Jeep, looks into his phone, then continues. While he's outside, Brian will be using his phone quite a bit. Next, we see him pass in front of the small island containing a tree and a light pole. The camera is mounted here. He walks to the entry on the church side of the Sallyport and is picked up by the camera at the top corner of the main building. At 1:28, he walks down the first floor corridor. He enters this room for 1 minute and 39 seconds before returning to the hallway. This door leads to the communications center. Here's how we know. The camera we are viewing from is located here. We can trace his steps through the interior of the police station, entering the first floor corridor and then moving directly to the comm center. The comm center is manned at all hours. It would be the first place you'd go to find out if anything unusual has been reported, like a woman calling to say she dropped her boyfriend off at a party and hasn't heard from him since. And it's just on the other side of that glass. We attempted to decipher the words written on this sign. I believe it reads authorized personnel only. He takes a quick look down the hall, perhaps to see if anyone is present, then takes a right and moves out of view of the cameras. From here, he could have taken one of 3 doors. To his left and right are offices. Straight ahead is an entryway which leads to the front wing of the building, with also a stairwell that he could have taken to go upstairs to the 2nd floor. Here's the 2nd floor layout. If he did come up here, he would have exited the stairwell at this point, and based on the timeline, he certainly had the time to do it. The station seems to have numerous cameras in place inside and out. It's peculiar, then, that the exact footage that would show us where Higgins went for those crucial minutes is conspicuously missing. Are we really expected to believe there are no security cameras operating inside the communications center, the very place where police interact with the public face-to-face through glass every day, and not a single other camera in the building that could show us where Brian Higgins went? These officials have proven their willingness to tamper with and withhold crucial evidence. Therefore, it's just as important to consider what was not provided as it is to examine what was. 4 minutes and 36 seconds later, he reappears in the main corridor and proceeds to leave the same way he came in. He just reached into his pocket for his phone and now has it in hand. But he waits. The second he steps outside of the building, he starts using his phone again. It's already up to his ear. It's worth noting he stayed off the phone while inside, at least from what we can see, meaning he likely placed a call as soon as he had privacy again. Higgins enters frame right and approaches the Jeep, still with the phone to his ear. He walks between the Jeep and the large pickup and heads straight for the vehicle in the rear of the parking lot. We know this because we see his long shadow moving that way behind the Jeep. Higgins stands outside the vehicle briefly, then opens the door and gets inside. The tail light illuminates, indicating he starts the vehicle. It is located approximately here. He first turns on the windshield wipers, then rolls the driver's side window down to clear snow, allowing him to see. We speed up the playback while he sits inside. He moves the vehicle off screen left. He reappears and clears both windshield wipers from a third vehicle. He stops here with his elbows bent as they would be if he was manipulating his phone in front of him, in a stance consistent with interacting with text messaging. He focuses on his device for about 18 seconds. Then proceeds to the rear of the Jeep. And returns to open the driver's side door, most likely to fetch the keys for the large truck, a fourth vehicle, which lights are triggered as he remotely unlocks it, then enters to start the engine. The lights flicker again when he opens the door. The truck is now on and idling, with the driver's side door still slightly open. He rolls the vehicle forward a few feet, deeper into the parking spot. He opens the passenger side door of the third vehicle, reaches in, then walks back to the Jeep. And seems to do the same thing there, opening the door momentarily. Then back to the third vehicle he goes, this time to access the bed. We see the black underlid of a container or tarp come up and cover the back window momentarily. He reaches in, throws a large duffel bag over his shoulder, and closes the lid. The bag appears to be very large. He opens the driver's side door of the Jeep. Again, you get a clear glimpse of just how massive the bag is. He walks to the back of the Jeep and places it inside. Then starts up the vehicle and closes the door. Returning to the third vehicle, he opens the passenger side door. He's looking for something towards the back seat. He opens the rear passenger side door and looks in. He then walks off camera, left side momentarily. He is presumably on the other side of the vehicle, rear door. He returns to the Jeep yet again to do something. Then heads back to the third vehicle. We see him walk back into frame, this time holding some kind of poled tool, possibly a snow brush. However, he doesn't use it on any of these vehicles. He puts it inside the Jeep, gets in, and readies to leave the premises. And finally, he drives off into the night. All we know about what he did next is what he's told us.
Anybody heard anything? You heard anything, Lucas?
Not a thing.
Harping on the duffel bag. I mean, that duffel bag was big. Let me see if I.
Sean McDonough saying something about a duffel bag doesn't mean shit. He said so much about so many things. I've said this before. If he says 5 million things and gets 5 right, you never hear about the 5 million things. You just hear about the 5 things he got right.
Or his 5 guys.
You know, he's. I cottoned on to him very early on when I started following this this trial. Sort of August, September 2023. Sean McDonough was very active, and I just thought to myself, this guy is full of himself. He's just coming out with everything, and you know, he's casting his net everywhere and seeing which fish he catches.
Right.
I was actually just popping on here because I've gotten like an influx of text messages saying that there is a certain channel. I'm not going to mention them, but that they're saying that it was definitely John DePietro who was taking pictures of the jury and doxed them and blah, blah, blah. And they are perpetuating the idea that they know what happened and why the courthouse was cleared out. Like on this channel, I talk a lot of shit. And I will speculate and stuff, but I'll say it's speculation. No one knows what happened. And I think it's really harmful when people are saying they know exactly what happened. It was John DePietro. First of all, that's slander if it's not true. And I'm not saying that he's not capable of it, but if you're going on to other channels and they're reporting that they know exactly what happened, it's a fucking lie. And
there, but her
you should use your common sense and your source of your information. So I just wanted to say that just so we can cover our bases here.
It's not even John DePietro. Like the only thing that makes sense to me is that something happened and she wants to question each juror to find out about it, and then somebody said something like you said.
Well, I mean, you know, if you want to stay in the same vein of the John DePietro thing, like I'm pretty sure that happened before what day was that? Last week? Did someone just say, I think that John DePietro is taking pictures of us or something? Like, I mean, we have no idea. Like Lucas was saying, he's so level-headed. Like, we really don't know what happened. We can speculate all we want. But just know that we are, it's all speculation of what we're talking about using facts of which we already know. He's an anti-Karen Reed person. Yeah, that's fine. If Krusty was in there, I'm sure Krusty would be accused of that as well. So,
it was the 8th of May, Amy.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, honey.
Seems to be
That
a
was it's the 21st.
Was accused of taking photos of the jury on the 8th of May.
Listen, your girl, I have to wear bifocals. Like if I have my phone and I can't see it, it goes straight up and down and as close to my face as I can get it to read my phone. Okay. So like, I mean, yeah, did it look suspicious because he's a fucking weirdo? Yeah, of course it did. But does anyone question when Sue O'Connell has her phone out fucking tweeting about what the juries to say looking and doing and everything? No, they're focusing on John DePietro because he's a fucking weirdo. That's why. In my opinion, he's a weirdo. So, you know, there no one knows what's going on in court. Absolutely no one. So if you're going to channels and you're saying like, "Oh my god, this," no one knows. No one knows.
You've got me
We're not going to tell you what's happening because we don't.
It's fucking irresponsible. It is irresponsible to put things out as fact when they are not.
Christina
It's
Rex
fucking
not text. She tweeted 15 minutes ago that all 18 jurors were present. Media still in downstairs hallway waiting. It's highly unlikely we would get an explanation for this testimony if testimony resumes as normal after. Nobody except those in the courtroom knows what's going on, so any internet speculation is not true.
Looks like they're heading back into the courtroom.
You said what?
The trial channel says it looks like they're heading back into the courtroom. That was 1 minute ago.
Let me pull up Court TV.
These days, she started a Facebook group called Seminole.
It says you are muted. Let's go.
She's opened up her heart during an unthinkably difficult
Let's see. Add the stage. Let's see what it has. That sidebar right now. They're back.
Because of that, Kelly
Muted.
Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go to 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, Aizik. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much % of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month, basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, and then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Based Society?
Yes.
And is that brain related?
It is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis in severely head injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who are unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in Emergency Room Assessment of the Head Injury Patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly. And so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum that connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes. I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain and to his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We again request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to.
Thank you.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota.
you-
It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped. And it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were a caveman, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you show?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell you. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case by case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set. So you get out of here.
Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure. And while I see counsel outside, our jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. So, jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule. So why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So we'll take a 15 or 20-minute break.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your.
Excuse me, can you guys hear me?
It's a ship. Mock, you better stop it right now. Punch you in the back of the head, and then that doctor's gonna have to help you. Shoot. Liam said, Master. We're just waiting for Declan to get out. Um, I can send a link if. See, I think I can send a link if somebody wants to come up. Actually, I have Lucas still here, I think. Are you there, Lucas? Liam said no.
What the fuck?
What did you think of him?
Who's the doctor?
Yeah.
I think he's an expert in his field, but he's no good for opining how that injury happened to John.
Right. Like I feel like he came in saying the words for Hank before Hank would say it. Like, oh, that's a classic injury for falling and hitting your back of the head.
Well, I'm no expert. Far from it, I'm no expert, but he's right about the cranial indentations when you get hit with something like a baseball bat, or a piece of 2x4.
Right.
Yes, I can hear you.
I just I don't know, like it just kind of. I know they're at sidebar right now, but I don't know. I don't know. To me, he was very. He admitted his expertise had nothing to do with the injuries of John. Is that what he said at the end? Liam, turn it down. Is that what they said at the end? I didn't remember. That's what I thought at first. But from my understanding, Stacy, Liam, turn it down. From my understanding, Stacy, yes, all 18 jurors are still there. What I heard was one juror got moved seats. That's all. So I don't know exactly what it had to do with. Aiden said like one juror had to move. He was closest to the witness stand, and he was always goofing off with another lady, and so they moved the seat. That's all I really know. I was actually shocked that Alessi was he asked like 3 questions.
Not much you can ask this witness.
Yeah, it's not like he can, unless he can find a way to discredit him, there's no really way to do that.
Well, as I was explaining earlier, he's not a accident and emergency doctor. He's a brain surgeon, so he's very limited in the scope of injuries that he's seen. He might be able to talk about them, but not like somebody who was very experienced, like Dr. Russell, who's worked in accident and emergency for God knows how many years.
As well as being on the police force.
Very specialized. And, Zach mentioned the medulla oblongata. You can talk about that all fucking day long if you like, because that's his speciality. But when it comes to, when he said, he's definitely got this injury by hitting the ground. I went and Googled something like, what's the difference between somebody hitting the ground and being hit with something? And what came back was it's very difficult to tell how an injury's been caused, you have to often look at other signs and indicators rather than the injury itself. You know, like there was an example of like somebody falling on stairs, and you would see either damage or fluid on the stair that caused the injury. And I'm thinking, well, that makes sense, yeah. Because you wouldn't know whether you'd been hit over the head with a piece of 2 before or fell down a flight of stairs and banged your head on the corner of the stair. You wouldn't know, would you?
No, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, who's to say a weight didn't get smacked in the back of his head, or he didn't hit a weight bench as he fell down? Hey,
Well,
Demery.
that's what I was saying earlier. The you know, the brain surgeon said that there's no cranial indentation to suggest that he'd been hit by something. But then there's the missing blood. You know, John's got 3 liters of blood that went somewhere.
And nobody brings that up.
And he doesn't have to have been hit with a baseball bat or something like that. You know, it could have been something flat that didn't cause any more injury to his head than that. It's difficult, because, but at least Alessi asked him, you know, about these cranial fractures that were identified by the hospital and the autopsy pathologist. So I don't know. I'm not a medical expert. I can't. I've just got questions about what he testified about. I don't agree with him when he says it's definitely been caused by hitting the ground. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I feel like it was like and the doctor knows himself that there's multiple ways that this can happen, but the way he described that someone out there in the snow shoveling snow and they fall backwards and hit their head. It's the same kind of thing. And like, I don't, and then but one thing Hank did also say, he said, was if he fell backwards, is it caused by like a ledge, or like something like the berm of the road, the cement side of the road that has that little spot? Like, could it be caused by that? And he said no. To start off, late. She came in and she took her way out of the courtroom with everything except the lawyers. And then for certain, Ms. Henley that was on yesterday, they had Dr.
Yeah, Kelly, I don't know if you can hear me okay, but you are breaking up badly. I can't hear a word you're saying. It's just crackling. Yeah, that's a good description, Nikki. Your mic sounds really bad. It's like like that, just constantly. Right, but yeah, I'm not hearing anything from you, Kelly. Maybe you want to try disconnecting and reconnecting. Can everybody in the chat hear me okay? Yeah, am I coming through fine? Or is it both of us, or is it just Kelly? Nikki, here it comes. Thanks, Melanie. Yeah, I'm being quite respectful and diplomatic today. I'm not the naughty boy I was yesterday because I got told off for that. I didn't get told off actually. Amy sat on my face half the night. It was fucking great. I think I might be naughty again today. She does that too once too often. Anyway, Nikki, did you get that link? I just sent it you. Yeah, Mark. You should know, Mark. You were holding the camera. Yeah. No, I'm just shocking and outrageous, Melanie. Just for the sake of it. Because I'm 3,000 miles away, and like I once said to Nikki, I said, if your boyfriend wants to come and break my jaw, he's got a long way to come. So I'm kind of quite safe. It'd be funny, though, if somebody knocked on my door and the guy said, yep, I'm Nikki's boyfriend, and then smacked me in the face and knocked me out. No, you're still as bad as you were. What you want to do, it's probably a buffer issue with your microphone. What you want to do is completely disconnect from what you're doing and reconnect. So whatever you're using your audio for, disconnect from that and come back. What do you mean, hate? Especially with my voice. Hubba hubba. Oh God. Hate Corruption's gonna admit that she's no, I'm not even gonna go there.
What's up, Lucas?
Hey, Nikki.
You all by yourself? You lose Kelly?
Yeah, and Kelly's just
I mean,
done
to
one
think
on
the freedom that we have with Kelly not being able to run her mouth, huh?
me. Oh God. What did you think of Dr. Wolf, Nick?
I thought he was. I mean, of course he's smart, but I mean, and like you said, you know, he's only got so much that he can speak on because of his scope, because he's just a brain surgeon.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, I did miss the cross though, because I'm trying to get shit done around here. But yeah, how was the cross? Who crossed him, Alessi?
Alessi crossed him.
Okay.
Basically asked him
Sorry, guys, for my
questions
birds.
that have already. You could go back and watch it, but the questions that we've already gone over about the fracturing of the skull, and what did he ask him about? He asked him about something about his where he was educated, and I can't remember what was asked, but I thought that's a bit strange, but never mind. But yeah, it wasn't anything much of a cross at all.
Yeah,
It was
it was very
overdone with,
quick. I literally,
yeah, it was
yeah,
over and done in 5 minutes.
I did dishes and it was like over.
Yeah.
So,
But like you, I think this guy is just specialized, and
I'm brain injury. I mean, but the whole, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he's very smart, so I'm not even gonna say anything really. But yeah, his. Oh no, don't be sorry, Kelly. You're good. Yeah, you're good. Lucas and I are celebrating without your beautiful voice. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that he's a very smart guy, but I mean, I don't know. Him with it saying that, you know, the brain did it, like, that was odd to me.
yeah, when he said the brain is soft, you could almost put your finger in it. I'm like, that's a bit graphic. And then when
No,
he
but
said,
yeah,
if I got a knife and shoved it in the back of your neck, severing your spinal cord, that would kill you instantly. I'm like,
right.
whoa, where's this coming from? Fucking hell. If I shot
Well,
a bullet
so
under your ear and shot through your spinal cord, that would kill you instantly. I'm thinking, fuck, well, where is this guy coming from?
what do you say about the spinal cord? I missed that.
He said if he shot you under the ear and it went through your spinal cord,
Oh,
that would kill you. Or if it went through your whatever it's called at the bottom of your brain, that would kill you instantly.
yeah. Well, I mean, I had a friend, a very close friend of mine, that actually passed because his spinal cord was severed, and yeah, they called it partial decapitation. So yeah, it was in a dirt bike accident, and one of my other friends found him, and they're both gone now. But yeah, I mean that because your brain, I mean your spinal cord is everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
it's a one-time thing, isn't it? When you damage that, I mean, bones and you get cuts and everything, and they heal. But if you
yeah,
damage your spinal cord, that's it.
yeah. I mean, well, Spacey. I mean that's possible. I think they take them out all kinds of ways, to be honest with you.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, he was very, very creepy looking. I wish my girl Natalie was on here though, because you know she's an apprentice as a funeral director, and I too have my own experiences with funeral directing. So I know that's kind of he's kind of like Lurch. He kind of reminds you just of like what a funeral director would look like. So I wish he was on here to elaborate, but. So we did
Okay.
take a break, so that's good because it was quick. Who do we think is up next?
I think they're going to bring back Christine. What's her name? The forensic glass expert. Because
Christine, what's her name?
yeah,
I usually say what's her nuts. That's
is
what's
it
my thing.
Halsey or Henley or
Henley, I think.
Henley? Judge Bev said to her that they'd be bringing her back later in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, because this guy's got to get back home so he can operate on other people's brains.
I don't know. I don't know why they decided to fit this guy in now.
Because he had surgery yesterday and he has surgery tomorrow.
Right.
So he probably was one that could fly up and fly back home. Like that way.
Good, Kelly. I missed your beautiful voice.
Shut your face.
But obviously in the grand scheme of things, with the logistics of everybody, maybe this was the only time that it was available, and that's why I had to come in now. And this is why they've split the witness.
Yeah, I mean that happens. I think Brennan's all over the place with this trial, though, Colin.
Yeah.
I don't think he has really any experience when it comes to being prosecution, but that's just my opinion.
I don't know.
He's terrible at it.
Hey, I have somebody who wants to talk to you, Nikki.
Okay. Is it my deck?
Yeah.
Hi, buddy. What are you doing?
Just having fun. I just got home.
Oh, yeah? How was school?
Good. We had a party and we watched a movie.
You had a party?
Yeah.
Awesome. What movie did you watch?
Despicable 4.
Oh my god, my favorite. I love Minions. Minions are my favorite.
All right, tell Nick Pterodactyl bye.
Bye, buddy.
Knick-knack, pterodactyl, whack whack. He ain't wrong. She's a little whack. Just gonna say.
I'm not whack. I'm just very honest.
She's a whack.
It has nothing to do with being wacky. I'm far from wacky. I'm just extremely blunt.
She's a whack job.
Yeah.
Isn't that what Proctor calls them? Whack jobs?
Yeah.
Oh, look, Natalie's here.
Oh, Nat, what do you think of the last guy? You think he's like the typical typical look of what people think funeral directors look like?
I don't know if
That's
she'll
what I
come
said.
up, but I'll send it to her just in case.
She knows. She knows what I'm talking about. Nat knows.
There's a link if you want to come up real quick, Nat.
Yeah. But they don't, though. I mean, look at our beautiful Natalie. I mean, she's going to school for it. But I just know that that's people's, like,
She said she sent you her interpretation on
oh
Messenger.
boy. Hold on.
I thought it was going to be a lot quicker, to be honest, because when Brennan first started asking him questions, it was yes and no, and he was straight out
He
with
was
it. And
leading him so bad. So leading the witness. I hate that Hank does that, is leading the witness like that.
Yes, Natalie, that is facts. It's not pink. It's more grayish.
What'd she say? Don't keep us all in suspense.
She says brain removal, skill saw, buzz, crack, slippery, remove gray matter, not pink like everyone thinks, and it's not. It's like old hamburger meat. That's what it always reminds me of. You know, hamburger meat. You're welcome, people.
Like
You're
the
welcome.
fridge, like browned and
Yeah.
gotten grayish brown. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. No, it's true. It does. It reminds me of old hamburger meat. So when your hamburger meat goes bad, just throw it out. That's just my go-to.
It has a brownish gray tint to it. Do not cook it.
Oh my God, yeah,
I remember
Natalie and
Caleb
I.
sent me a picture.
And Natalie and I are kindred spirits. We've both seen a lot.
Caleb sent me a picture one day, and he was like, "Mom, is this still good?" I'm like, "No, throw that away. Go to the grocery
Sorry,
store."
Stacey. I'm done talking about it. It's not for everybody.
See, that stuff doesn't bother me. That stuff.
Yeah, we Natalie and I trade stories. Let's just put it that way. Oh God. Yeah, it's not for daytime TV. It's for whoever's late. And you're welcome, Mark. You're welcome.
Mark,
Mark, I'll tell you a story after. Natalie, I'll tell him the slippage story. Then they'll really push this lunch out. Yeah. So, anyways, so we think that the other lady's coming back. Yeah, Mark,
I think it'll be Hanley as well, like Lucas said. But also, don't forget, guys, the defense has their own like really high profile ME coming in to testify too.
Yeah.
So no matter what this guy said, I feel like she's gonna. I mean, for one, Dr. Scrivella already said something about neurosurgeons. She would never let a neurosurgeon do it. And two, because she basically undercut that witness when she said that. And then two, you have this high profile medical examiner coming in, and that's another. I mean, she's going to be able to tell more about it as well with every part of it. So
yeah,
I think it's going to be a lot better. Like we said last year, wait for us. Oh, by the way, I put it in the chat, but I don't know if you guys saw it, but the hyperlinks to Mr. Burgess's LinkedIn and his CV are now removed from Aperture. So you can't see anything.
Somebody's gonna have to go back to school and get a different degree.
No, somebody's going to have to find another job.
Yeah, exactly.
They won't be employing him for much longer. I can imagine the amount of companies that they've done work for that are now on the phone screaming about him not being qualified.
Oh, I guarantee they've gotten an in. I mean, just first of all, I want to say this, and I want everyone in our chat to remember this, because this is one thing that Amy and I and Nikki and Kim, Mark, all of us prided ourselves on when we started this. Don't go internet and edit. Don't internet people. Like, stay out of. Don't give fake reviews because of a witness. Don't join in the attacking of families and witnesses, regardless of whether they're a witness for the prosecution or the defense, because it's not fair to those witnesses who are just doing what they're paid to do, whether it's because they were hired for the Commonwealth or because they are, a paid hire for the prosecution or the defense. Not their fault. ARCA has been attacked relentlessly, and now
Yeah,
this
people need to stop doxing people. Period.
attack, and the company Aperture has been attacked. Their credibility has already been attacked. We don't need us attacking them on Google reviews. So please,
Yeah.
if I see anybody in our chat that does that, I will remove you, because I am sorry. I don't want to be mean. I love you guys, but I don't think that that's fair to anybody. And that's just.
It's like a passive aggressive threat, Kelly, almost.
It's not a threat. It's a promise.
I love
will,
you, but I love you
I will
so much.
remove you. I'm not joking, because I'll remove Nikki just for being a punk. How about that?
Yeah.
But no, like, I'm not trying to be mean. I love our family. I love our chat, but I don't want that anybody associated with us that's with us every day to go attack witnesses. And that's one thing this week that's really bothered me, is that everybody, or like, it's showing. Liam, turn it down. It's showing that Free Karen Reed's side is no better than anti-Karen Reed's side, because they attacked ARCA the same way.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's fair. And so I feel bad. I do feel bad for Shannon Burgess. I don't feel bad for what he did in lying. I feel bad for his family and what they're going to have to do to recoup their lives, because it's going to be a big deal. And I feel like Aperture is probably slowly, like they said, distancing themselves from him. First, they're taking the CVs off. Hey, I'm just saying.
Just rewind, Kate. Just rewind.
Yeah, don't attack witnesses and their families. That's all. I don't want anybody in our chat to do that. I want our chat to be above everybody else when it comes to that stuff, because we have a good chat, and we have.
Nobody has done it in our chat.
Yeah, I'm just saying it out loud because I've seen it all over X. And
X is like a cesspool.
And to me, and I've seen people with Free Karen Reed that I know that have went and gone and done it, and I'm like, why? Why are you doing that? Like, it's just, we saw what Dr. Wolf went through with the ARCA when his family got attacked, and then ARCA had to take their Twitter page down because they were getting attacked by antis so bad. And I don't want us to be anywhere. I don't want us to be like that. I want us to be better. That's all I was saying. But
I feel like I'm listening to what is that? Rainbow, Reading Rainbow.
You're listening to.
No, I'm talking about you. I feel like like Reading Rainbow teaches like lessons.
Here I am. How are you? You got your little fingers. I do. I want to hold us to a higher standard. I'm not saying that we can't. Our chat goes sideways and we're crazy when it comes to that, and I love it. But when it comes to witnesses and watching and people actually involved in the case, Liam, turn it down. Thank you. Hi Cheryl. We're better than that. We can be better than that, and we can show other people how to do it. That's all. Feral chat is great. Just don't go feral real life.
I'm a fan of feral chat.
So that's all. I mean, there's when the 5 of us came over here, this is what we all had the same vision with, and
yeah,
we all feel the same way when it comes like that. But go all feral in the chat. I don't care. You guys can go back to magic bushes and 70s porn. All I care. So.
Because you scream over me when I do that.
She screams over anybody, period, Lucas. Don't take offense to it.
I screamed over coming back. I screamed over him because he was talking dirty.
Oh, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Put back in session, you may be seated.
All right, may we have Ms. Hanley, please?
And then I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice up. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel? All right.
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy, yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection. Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you could just look at those, look up when you're finished. Did you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. If you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury, as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 7-12 and item 3-2.
Marilyn Combo is introduced and admitted as the next exhibit, A to B.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, come off the seat to introduce in the minutes and next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
General Como, seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again,
the two screens don't match. Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask, why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
In addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes.
No objection. Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item 7-18.18?
So 7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You could review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hammond, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to come up to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No objection.
Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally? Luncheon break?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks. Like I told you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break, and we'll take an hour. So I know we'll take an hour. Okay, we'll see you back here. So, we're just going to follow.
All rise to the court, please. Yours, close your notebooks, follow me.
This lady is ridiculous. How many breaks does she want today? So I was gonna see if I could find something for you guys to watch on the tube. It should only probably be half an hour break, not even.
Let me see what she says. It's gonna resume at 2. Oh, so an hour. They're taking a whole hour. I thought she said a half hour, but whatever.
Suppose.
Hey, girl, tell us all about it.
Oh my god. Well, I missed a lot of this since I said au revoir earlier. Oh, night noodles. I missed a lot of it. All I know is that Alessi didn't really cross the doctor, and then this fool, the poor girl, the girl's scared of her own shadow. Okay,
Oh,
like she's just.
so
I mean, you could tell she's brilliant, but she's just awkward. You know. And she ain't lying for nobody. I like that. She's very factual. I like that.
yeah, she's very sweet, sweetsy, but
She
she's
is.
scared.
Yeah.
She's scared.
Wait, who is an evil woman? Oh, so Caden's kindergarten screening. Your girl had a way harder time with the whole thing than he did. He was ready to go. He was like, "You keep me all day. Can I go to recess?" And I sat in my car and I texted you upset.
You're not. I was like, this is gonna be a good thing, I promise.
I'm like, they fucking sent me outside. No, but then they came out and he did great. And they were like, everyone's in love with your child already. So that makes me extra happy that I know he'll be in good hands. And they were very nice. And the school is very nice. And the grounds are very nice. So I'm happy with it. And I'm happy for him. And that's all that matters, right?
He's gonna do so well. Like he is already so like I forget he's 4.
Yeah, he's 4. Yeah. That's what they said. They were like, he seems like so much older than 4. And I was like, what?
7 years old. And you
Yeah.
know, so sometimes I'm like, dang, he's only 4. I have to remind myself. Like,
Right.
but it's gonna be such a good thing for him. He's gonna have friends, he's gonna be able to play and have his own time, I guess you could say. Like that's the one thing. So I homeschooled Declan. So I've done it both ways. Like Caleb started a private school when we were in Sacramento because there was no public school around that was like didn't have like kids carrying guns near where we lived, because all bases for some reason seem to be in the hood.
Yeah. Oh no, I live in like a very affluent area. I'm not rich myself, but I live in a very affluent area of Massachusetts.
Oh yeah. See, we had like the ghetto bird up every night, like looking for people in our windows. When we
Lucas, are you here? No, sorry, go ahead.
We lived on the old Air Force base, and the Coast Guard base was like it was on the old Air Force base, and so the only thing that was still active for Air Force besides the Coast Guard base on there that was active was the commissary. So they had taken the old housing and they were renting them out to us, and they were decently priced. So that's where we lived. But like I was like, my kid is not going to that elementary school. Like kids were walking out with gang colors, and I was like,
well, I mean that's par for the course. Like like I grew up in Metro Boston, and we had like my parents owned a nice home, and they were working class family in the High Park area, and they were going to send me to Mattapan for kindergarten, and a lot of kids end up going to they did there's not many Catholic schools open anymore, but a lot of Metro Boston kids ended up at Catholic schools so that we could stay in our own neighborhoods.
Yeah.
I
just he's so she like Kate said, he's so sociable and he's so smart. He's gonna thrive.
Oh yeah, no, he couldn't wait to. The woman was like, "Are you ready to go and play?" And he was like, "See ya." I mean, he may as well have just talk about throwing gang signs. He might as well have been throwing gang signs like "Peace out, mom."
Yeah, and that's why when Caleb first went to school, there was a Christian school that was not too far away, and my friend Crystal and I both put both boys in that school. So they're there for like middle school, or not middle school. They were there for kindergarten, first grade, and then we moved like 4 miles further, which was in a nicer area, and we lived literally a block from the elementary school. So then they went to public school then.
Right. I think I'm having more like I know that he's gonna love it, and you know what too, he's comfortable enough with me that he tells me everything. Even if he was fresh or something, he'll come home and be like, "Mommy, I got talked to because I was being fresh," and he'll call me fresh because I am.
See,
And
my thing, I get nervous with bullies, like with especially with Declan being so like empathetic. I'm always scared like a bully is going to just like tear his heart in shreds. So
bro,
that's
my biggest fear is
Yeah.
is someone stealing his beautiful innocence. All right, do it, like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. But I can.
Hi, Scott.
Scott is here.
So Lucas, tell me what happened with the DNA chick.
Come on up, boy. Lucas has
Son's
been our.
unblessed.
Lucas
I was
has
meant
been
to
our
be a boy mom.
He's been our commentator today because my phone decided to take a shit whenever we were.
What the fuck would we do without Lucas? Let's
Seriously, I'm like, here, just keep going. Him and Nikki did it. I'm like, thank you. I'm almost home.
Which
Nikki,
DNA
exactly.
check?
The one
You
one
mean
that
him?
looks like the one that looks like she took her glasses off and took her hair down, that she'd be like, "Bam, chick, bam." That one.
The one that's on the stand now?
Christina Hanley.
Yeah.
That's her name. Yes, thank you.
Right.
You hate when I dog on people. It's so funny, but you still come back for more. I think you like the abuse too. You're like,
Yeah.
Zach.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of what you're talking about, and it's not
Well,
making sense
did
to me.
she did Miss Hanley say anything of substance for either the Commonwealth or the defense? Like, what was her steez? Why did she come back?
Some of the glass don't match.
The 9 pieces of glass that they recovered,
Mm-hmm.
6 are a physical match to the base of the glass that they found with John. But
Okay.
the other 3 aren't. And,
They're the mysterious ones that show up with the other mysterious taillight.
the user, from what I can gather, because I don't know anything about this, they use a spectrometer method to identify the glass. Now, if the glass is the same glass as what the base of the glass is made of, I think we did this in school. We shined light through a glass and into a prism, and then it transmitted the beam onto like a piece of card, and you could see the outline of the whatever they call it, spectrograph or whatever it was. And then if you got another piece of glass that was identical to that and you put that through the same process, it would come out with the same results. And I think that's what they've done with these pieces of glass to test whether they come from the same drinking glass or not. It all sounds a bit technical,
We're
but
also talking about like puzzle pieces.
Well, weren't they trying to say that like that glass, like the drinking glass came from either CF McCarthy's or the waterfall, but in actuality, the cup didn't match either places when they went, because they did do that. They went and looked at CF McCarthy's and the waterfall. Are you talking about that light? I mean, that glass that they found, or is this strictly tail light?
No, it's that glass, the clear glass.
The bar glass.
The drinking
Yeah,
glass,
they already established that glass never came from either place.
But not in this trial. That was last trial. They haven't said it yet.
They haven't said it. Okay. I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Now I'm yeah, neither piece are probably from inside the Albert House. Thank you, Spacey Stacy. Always
Except
coming in with
how
the heat.
No, because they didn't go check.
Mm-hmm.
they didn't, did they?
No.
Yeah.
What kind of
But I
glasses
mean,
do you guys have?
They could keep Miss Hanley on the stand for the rest of the month for me. I mean, I think she's absolutely fucking gorgeous, you know.
She is beautiful. She's
Yeah.
so scared though.
Listen,
And,
I have a soft. Go ahead. I was gonna say I have a soft spot in my life for geeks, and she's brilliant and beautiful, and she does not want to be up there. She did not sign up for this. It's not her fault. I'm not a great public speaker either.
It's the
and
second
she knows
time.
it's the second time, and she knows all the heat that is around this case, and people like us are talking about her. So it's like, if I was in her shoes, I would be just the same way. I would be shaking in my fucking boots. And not because I'm doing anything wrong, just because of like the platform that you get put on, like involuntarily. You know, it's not her fault she got this case. She works in a lab. You know. Go ahead, Luke's.
She's just getting around to the small pieces of, 16th of an inch pieces of plastic.
I can't.
And, you're
Which is
talking like
1.5
1.5 mil.
Yeah. That's what you were saying.
Well, you never find out if you keep interrupting me.
No, you did. Yeah, that's why I was saying. Is that the 1.5 you were talking about?
Yeah.
None of us took our ADHD meds this morning. We can all tell.
I didn't take them until I went to get Declan, and then I felt bad. So.
Oh my god! Oh,
I just bed and her. I need to talk to the jury.
That was wild. And see, not for nothing, we called it in the very beginning. Someone said something, someone ratted them out, and it had to be like this whole fucking thing. Like, it's just people can't keep their fucking mouth shut.
Nobody was removed, which is huge.
Right. It's a big. Who do you think's next? Why I don't like how they're going out of order. Like, they brought up Garino, and then all of a sudden he disappeared for a couple days and came back. And then now this girl, they're like having people in between her and bringing her back.
Well, I think that was because the doctor has he's from Miami. He literally has he did all surgeries yesterday. He has 4 surgeries tomorrow, he said, and more surgeries on Friday. So I think this literally was the only day he could come. And they probably surgeries too.
Earlier, I was listening to you guys, and Lucas, I totally agree with you that this man is brilliant, and I will never, ever, ever take away the brilliance of being a neurosurgeon. None of us could do what he does, but it was not fitting for this trial. Like, he knows his shit, but he's not an emergency room doctor. He's not a trauma doctor. He's not. So, I believe everything he says based on his knowledge, but his expertise is off the mark for this case, in my opinion. I don't think the thing did Alessi get him to admit that the injuries could come from a physical altercation?
No, but he sort of semi-agreed that there was no evidence to suggest that this could only come from somebody hitting the ground.
Stop.
Because in the beginning, he said flat out, I mean, without anybody prompting him, it's classic for a fall backwards to the ground, to a frozen ground. That when he said that, that's when I was like, he's full of, he's paid for.
No offense to you Floridians, but what the fuck do you guys know about fucking frozen ground?
Hey, look, I'm a doctor. I just am still getting my degree. Okay, so I want you to respect that I've been working on my doctorate for 30 years. Okay, it's not my fault, but I probably have more of a training than most people with my child.
Yeah,
I already have three bachelor degrees for people hitting frozen ground. I've got one from one from Tampa, one from Minneapolis, and the other one's from Seattle.
Oh, at least you're going around the country. I mean, you're not staying in one spot. You're like,
no, I like to get around. Yeah, but
Lucas likes to get around. That I fucking know.
Due to all my other training and jobs and highly paid governmental posts that I'm very qualified for.
Well, I mean, and just because the university doesn't have my degree that I put on my CV does not mean that I'm not going to that university. Okay.
Well, this is the thing. I said it the other day, and I said it even before Alessi got him. Like, had he just come correct with his expertise and his certifications and what he's done in the IT field, you can be an expert in something and not necessarily have a degree. The degrees, like in like corporate world, all a degree does is get you to management level. Okay, there are people. I have a degree. There are people I work with no degrees that are way fucking smarter than I am. So it has nothing to do with anything. If he had just come correct and said what he actually did, he came out the gate a fucking liar. Like, why would you lie about having
double
degrees
down.
when it and Hank double downs on it. Like, had he just been like, no, I have like, I have my cert in this and this and this, and I have 25 years of experience and I've worked for these companies, like those things. I don't know what you have to have. Like, do you have to have degrees in order to be an expert? I don't think so. They have
you
that dog guy coming in.
You don't even have to have a high school, a high school diploma. It's not the fact of what he has to have to be an expert.
It's
the
a fact that
he
they fucking lie. And do you know how many companies have probably never caught this when they hired him as an expert, and now they're going to look into all of those fucking cases?
Oh yeah, that's what we were talking about
All
earlier.
of those.
I
As
guarantee
soon as the
Aperture
prisoners
is
find
being-
out that this guy is a fucking sham, they're going to ask for a new trial. I guarantee it. I would. I'd be like, fucking sign me up.
I mean, look at Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh's attorney is trying to get his case thrown out because of the Google search.
Right. Yeah. For him to think, did he really think that Karen Reed's defense team was never going to check his credentials? I told you, like, we were talking about this. Like, there's like databases that these people have access to that they can find out exactly what you did and what you didn't do. Bro, they looked up his LinkedIn. Your LinkedIn was fine.
A federal case that had his name and
That's
the
wild.
wrong stuff into it. Like, who actually thought to look at that? I would have never like looked into the federal stuff and like tried to figure. I mean, that's what they do. But I mean,
I think Lucas was right yesterday when they were like, that this was one of the experts that she denied them voir diring.
Yep.
So had they done the voir dire, it actually would have helped the Commonwealth. But if Spanky had to fucking stand on his head and be like, no, he's fine. And then all of a sudden this guy comes up and he's just like out the gate a liar. And his credibility is completely shot. And this is the thing. He probably knows his shit. He's probably wicked fucking smart in what he does. But no, he's money hungry. He's a paid thug. And he altered everything.
Numerous Twitter posts of people asking, like, hey, like Jessica Hyde asking, do you want this? Does anybody know the job, or anybody know anybody who would be good at this job or whatever? And he's like sending, or DMing, like he's like literally asking for work from all these different places too. So you could see, like, do I think he doesn't know what he's doing? No, I think he probably does. I think he got himself screwed because he didn't think anybody was ever going to check his different resumes.
Well, it seems like no one checked in a fucking federal case if this guy was legit.
And that's the other thing. They're like, well, he didn't turn it in. I don't care. It has his name attached to it. He has to get. How is Aperture supposed to know what his resume is? Did they just make it up on their own?
Did Aperture hire him?
That's what he tried to assert, that Aperture did it without his permission. But there's no way they would do that.
None. Lucas, this tells me that did he lie getting his job with Aperture, and that's why they're submitting things saying that he has this bachelor degree and that bachelor, whatever they're saying, right? Because you can have an associate's, bachelor, master's, PhD, however it goes, right? And all of those things can be listed. But if you're going to work for a company like Aperture, who actually sponsored that bar meeting, that I vetted that, and that is true. They were like one of the top contributors to the Mass Bar Association fucking gala.
A platinum and a gold
suspect. Yeah, suspect. But did he lie to get their job with him, or are they lying for him?
Hard to say.
You know what I mean? Like, either way, it's fucked up. But
it's hard to say. But I would guess and this is completely, what I've experienced in my working life, is that people lie on the CV, and then if it's found out after they've been given the job, if they've been an absolute model employee and they've done the job well, the company will support them and cover it up.
Right.
If they haven't, and it's caused problems, they will use it against them, usually
Right.
to bury them with.
Well,
I
I
mean,
think that
it's like a
the federal case thing was 2023 and it said 2024. All he had to put was expecting to have in 2024, or
But
expected.
I mean, okay, listen. I've known people that are quote unquote in college for a long time, like 17 years. How long? Like
That was the one thing I noticed. Everybody
Hoss
wanted to
long
know
until he
credit.
has a degree. Hoss long until he has a degree. 17 years, like, and the thing is too is like in those 17 years, he's probably been rocking shit. Like he probably, like I said, he's probably knows this stuff, but he's a coward liar because he lied about his credential. He wants to be more important than he really is.
Well, and he's right. Life gets in the way. Kids get in the way. I get that. But
Of course.
how are you enrolled? Are you currently enrolled? How many credits do you have left to take?
Right.
Yeah. That's all. Like, if that's the case, like you could have just said that in the beginning. Instead, you got 5 different CVs showing up out of nowhere. And honestly, nowadays, you think internet sleuths aren't all over the place? Like they should know
All
by
over
now.
it.
I was just going to say, like, Turtle Boy did some investigating and found out a few things about his lack of qualifications, but
Oh shit. Okay. Hello. Sorry. I didn't mean to hold that thought, Lucas. Casey just sent me a little something from, I don't know what it looks. I don't even know. It says they changed his education section, guessing he's not getting fired, which means they knew and were complicit in faking his credentials.
Well, and that's the
in
thing,
fact,
after look bad, and with Judd Welcher coming on, he's already got strikes against him because he's the executive VP of that company.
Who is? Man Shannon?
No,
Oh.
Judd the Chud. He's executive VP of Aperture. And
yeah,
so
that's the witness that I was going to suggest to call in next, but I'm not even sure they'll do it now.
Really? Why do you think not?
Because of Burgess's
they took
decimation on the
credibility
stand.
away from the business, right?
You know,
Lucas?
everybody's coming into this on both sides. They're coming into this, and it's such a big profile thing. You know, it's on TV. It's not only across America; it's across the world. Everybody's watching it.
I thought you were in America. Are you lying to me?
Yeah, I'm lying. And you know, you've got Karen Reid's attorneys coming in, and of course that is going to do them no end of good to have them and their services recognised. But you've also got like Lale and Brennan, who aren't looking so good, and even more so, the witnesses are fucking dying on the stand. So the businesses that they come from, you know, you've got Ian Whiffin from Celebrite and Jessica Hyde from, I can never fucking remember, Magnet. And then you've got Burgess from Aperture. And they're all supposed to come along and impress you. You know, we've got this data. This is how we've done it. This is how we work. Come to us for your business. We can accommodate you. But all they've ended up doing is making themselves look like fucking idiots. And I'd be very surprised if like people like Whiffin and Jessica Hyde and Burgess have actually generated good reputation for the companies that they represent. I don't think they have all.
Right. There you go, Amy.
What?
Go.
Oh no, I was talking shit in the chat. I
know you are. I was
watching. I kind of agree with Blue here. I don't think that they die in the hill for Shannon. But the thing is that he's made that company look so bad that they're not covering it up for him. They're covering it up for them. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with that dude. They're like, get the fuck out of here.
Amy, did you just say that by what they've done on the website, it looks like they're covering up for Shannon? Is that what you just said?
No. I Blue. I mean, let me put it up. It says Blue thinks they're not going to die on the hill for Shannon. If that was true, they should keep him employed. They'd be a great fit for dishonest people. I'm saying that if they are trying to cover anything up about his education, it wouldn't be for Shannon Burgess himself. It would be for them and their company because they look so fucking bad right now. It
Yeah, 'cause
wouldn't be saving his ass.
They would slowly distance themselves from him.
Yeah, they'd fucking walk away in the bushes. We know all about that.
But I think
walk away.
Lucas is right. The fact that I do think Welcher will testify, but I think it's kind of also up in the air possibly because Aperture took a hit. They took a big hit this.
Yep. They
And
fucking did.
So
hit.
Lucas, is Welcher his boss?
Yes.
Yes.
No way.
He's the Welcher is the vice president of the fucking company.
I am dead right now. I had no idea. I had
Yeah,
no idea. That would be so good.
So
Oh my
if he
God.
comes up and the defense gets a hold of him, they don't even have to start with his education. They could start with why he allowed somebody who was lying on
Yeah,
his
they
resume.
could start with Burgess's education.
Bro, oh my, I'm dead. I'm so dead.
That's
So
why
if
I'm
this
saying-
dude gets up there, Alessi has free reign to be like, so you're hiring fucking imbeciles?
Pretty much. Yeah. Just like he did yesterday when he slammed when the guy sees like, oh, so you're saying you've never put a CV into a court with the wrong credentials, and he said no. Well,
Apart from that,
though.
I would expect him to get questioned on his own report and what collusion and or what do you call it? What
Oh shit, that's funny.
You know, combined efforts. How much of the reports were combined efforts between him and Burgess? Because
well, we know that Welcher went off of his report to come to his conclusion. So
he tried to deny it. He tried. Oh yeah, I read it, but it didn't have any effect on what I was doing. Fuck off! Why did you read it then? You lying bastard!
You lying twat.
Weapons too, but that didn't change. That's not what caused me to change it.
But you can't trust the guy because everybody would like to believe people do things in good faith, but this isn't one of those occasions.
Bro.
They're trying to bury Karen Reid here, and people are lying under oath through their teeth to make it happen.
I mean, Deb's allowing it. She's allowing it.
Let's count how many witnesses that have got caught and impeached completely by the defense since this started. Nuttall, Carrie, Jen.
But I wouldn't expect Welcher to say anything different than Burgess. I bet they've got the stories together. I bet they've got the stories straight between them.
Bro, they've been practicing in the fucking mirror for 3 days. The two of them stand next to each other. We got to make sure this mirror's
crossing swords.
Make sure. Yeah, an inverted testimony.
Yeah. Well, that's how I felt about this doctor today. Like he literally was saying exactly what Hank wanted him to say before Hank asked. That's why I was like, wait a second. This just seems too prepared for me. Like I one thing to get your witnesses prepared, but for your witness one to talk how highly he thinks of himself and everything that he's done and how amazing he is. And I feel bad for his wife because I don't think his wife is allowed to speak in their home. But he's
the smartest guy in the room.
Oh yeah. And then for him to sit there and be like without even the question, it was, do you think, or I think this is the classic fall backwards on our hard, solid ground, frozen ground. And Hank didn't even ask the question until 2 questions later. And then he goes, yeah, I already said that. Like he knew.
Melanie just said he critiqued his own boss. I can't. Yo, and this is true too. I've never worked for a single company who doesn't do background checks. I don't want to dox myself, but like where I had to like go through fucking hoops to get my job. Okay. Not only do they check all of your education, they check all your certifications, making sure they're up to date. I had to take drug tests. I had to do queries. I had to do it was like a 3-month process to get into my current position that I've been in for a decade. And they can continue, like you sign something being like, they can still look into you. You have to sign stuff saying like, you're not going to talk to the media if something happens and like all this stuff. Like this shit's real. How come the facility or the organization I work for does that, but a place like Aperture is making shit up when they're experts in federal courts, and you're making up your resume. Make that make sense. That it makes the whole company look like fucking losers. And I hope they don't get work anymore. I hope that they have a name attached to them now, like, oh, remember that dude from the Karen Reed case? Yeah, he's the one from Aperture. I wouldn't hire them. That's a bad look. Because I believe when other lawyers find out about this guy's fucking shenanigans, they can bring it up in open court. Like, oh, didn't you X, Y, and Z with Karen Reed trial in Massachusetts? Yeah, it's a huge process, Melanie. Huge process.
This was also one of the major witnesses for the Commonwealth. You know, this is one of the gavel bangers, you know, and he's fucking failed dramatically. He's just been a complete disaster.
Complete disaster.
Oh my God.
But look what they're doing with the Bryans and Proctor. Like, he's not calling them because he's afraid of what will come out if he calls them. And so maybe he's feeling the same way about, hold on. You know what's funny? I think it was Betterow, because I only listen to Betterow these days, and Carl Steinbeck, I like him too. He had said, he goes, if Hank just let the fucking dead dog lie, right? No pun against fucking Chloe. But if he just brought it out, let the dead dog lie and moved on, it wouldn't have even been that big of an issue. But because he can't let anything go, he's like a crazy girlfriend, all right? He can't let anything go. He kept it up and put, like, it was shining lights on all of their faults, all of their flaws. And so if he just like went in, did the thing and got out, it would have looked a lot better, but he can't do that. And then you have Alessi, who, like, he is out-lawyered tenfold by Alessi.
Well, I will tell you that Dr. Wolf, Aiden had posted a little bit ago, and I sent this to you guys.
Was just going to mention that, Kelly.
There are reviews about Dr. Wolf online, not having anything to do with this trial. This is from like 11 months ago, a year ago, whatever. And the reviews say, this one says, Dr. Wolf and his staff are not caring service you need. Wolf is easy to dismiss and not take others feel what we are going through. His receptionist and practice manager are no help and clueless to matters. They fake 5-star reviews from staff to maintain its image is a false hope. My grandmother may get pieced into rest pain-free from her ending her misery and experience. And then another one says, lymphoma. I've had many years. But you don't forget the man who told you that your fainting spells accompanied by your lump in your neck and chest pain were all in your head and that you need a psychiatrist. I wrote his office and they denied it. Unfortunately, medical records do not exist that far back in 93-94 timeframe. I was diagnosed with lymphoma stage 3B, perhaps would have been caught earlier had he not dismissed an 18-year-old young woman. I also developed 2 other forms of cancer following cervical cancer and a type of leukemia. Perhaps he treats older people with dignity and respect. Beware to anyone else. The other one was 7 years ago. These are true facts, not only on my mother's experience, but other patients that have failed. He has failed them as well. It seems to me that the bad reviews are being withheld. This doctor, if he can be named, that does not have the audacity of telling his patients the truth about his findings, and all he cares is to do gamma knife or cranial surgery. My mother passed away a year ago after struggling with a brain tumor caused by a gamma knife procedure done with this doctor, also on which he performed the cranial procedure without performing an MRI prior to the surgery. His gamma knife procedure was done in her brainstem instead of the tremedial nerve. The cause of the tumor to slowly grow through the years. She never had any symptoms of it until he performed the cranial surgery. All the time of the procedure, he asked my mother's MRI. He saw at the moment that something was not right. He finished the procedure without saying a word. After numerous attempts and weeks of having issues with the surgery, he finally performed an MRI and still denied the fact that the tumor was actually there. After going to numerous emergency departments and hospitals with my mother, that when we were told that she had a brain tumor caused by radiation of the gamma knife procedure and that the cranial surgery sparked the growing of it. My mother lost her independence, work, house, quality of life in a matter of weeks. She was bedridden, quadriplegic until God saved her from her misery. She's in a better
God, that
place.
makes me sad.
To
Oh my
everyone
God.
seeing this doctor, there are numerous other patients that have the quality of life in their own life, like my mother.
Yo, for all you people who aren't from Massachusetts, if you need doctors, come to Massachusetts. We have the best of the best. Don't all these fucking people like that is, you know what, this is the thing too though. Like for in all fairness to this man, he's been working longer than I've been alive, all right? And you're gonna have bad experiences, and some people will hate the doctor because they're not getting the answers that they think that they want, or they want. And if that's all speculation on the doctor, that's one thing, and that's their experience. I'm not taking it away from him, but there are just a lot of people that don't get the answers that they want, and they lose loved ones, and they want someone to blame, right? So let's keep that in mind, to be fair to the doctor, because like I said, I'm sure he does great work, and he's done research in brain, like.
Not, and it's not to say that he's not a good person. I'm just saying that those were the Google reviews that were found long prior to this case. Like, I mean, 7 years ago, 9 months, 11 months ago. These are forever ago, and these are could be few and far between from how many surgeries he does a week. You know what I mean? Or a year.
4 brain surgeries yesterday. The guy looks like he's 117.
You know, I was like in your 90s. So when you were doing those emergency traumas, that was probably what, in the 50s?
But that's the thing, honey. He doesn't do emergency trauma. He's a neurosurgeon and did education and research for a lot of his career. Like if he was a trauma surgeon.
I'm talking about the one in Maryland. He was talking about
oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, sorry.
that one hospital that they like had trauma. All the doctors had to stay on 24 hours, all the residents or whatever. Do you remember what I'm talking about? Is that, I'm not losing my mind. I might be. I have a lot of shit in my brain. So
this is the thing. That's why, like, when you guys said that this guy was his boss, like, there's so much information with this case that we've all been following for like 2 years that you forget some stuff, and you're like, oh shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's wild. Aperture has Aperture has the same Google ratings as D&E Pizza. I fucking can't with you, Ask Bob. I love it.
well, apparently they're now in Boston, so they probably get their food from them too. You know, making sure you guys. But I really think that his credibility, Judd Welter's credibility, has been shot because the company's shot, and he is the one that runs the company.
Well, Lucas, if the Commonwealth isn't going to call him, can the defense call him and have the same type of results, do you think?
Hi,
baby.
Yes, I believe I'm not muted, am I?
No, go ahead.
They can call witnesses from the other side, but they, it's not like their own witnesses. There are restrictions, and I think that's all down to the judge. The judge will limit what they can and can't do. They can't, like, if, for example, the CW Commonwealth doesn't call Proctor, the defense do call Proctor, and they say, okay, just admit that you planted the tail light. They can't do that. They can't ask that.
They won't be able to ask leading questions. They'll have to do what
they'll have to get him to admit to it by asking straightforward, normal questions.
Yeah.
So I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be allowed to call him if the prosecution doesn't, but they will be limited in what they can do. And it's same for the prosecution,
Well, I mean, most of the people that they, at least for now, not knowing what's happened recently, but prior to this, when they did their witness list, there's a lot of the same people on each other's witness list. That's so they don't have to ask permission to have, because you got Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, all of Proctor, all the Emmy, all of those were on the defense witness list too. So they don't have to ask that permission because they've already got them listed as people that
Right, that are able to be on the list. Can I
also
just tell you how funny my fucking son is right now? He goes, "Mom, I'm watching that guy from D&E Pizza," and I was like, "What?" And I look, it's fucking Caillou. And I think he heard me talking to someone saying that Chris Albert looked like Caillou, and he's like, "I'm watching that guy from D&E Pizza."
someone said the doctor looked like a turtle, and all I could think of was, "Hey, it's Franklin."
Oh my god!
And that's all I could think of was Franklin the turtle on a cartoon with the kids because I couldn't unsee the turtle face. After that,
Zach. Yeah, we are all consumed in this case. I've been consumed in this case. It feels like for like a lifetime.
Is he cheating on us?
Who's cheating on us?
Zach is cheating on us.
Here every day. Zach.
No, Zach had a date.
I'd hit it. What did I miss? Your hot date was supposed to be me, but you're in Texas, so
It's called cheating.
it's called, no. Zach and Lucas are non-monogamous YouTubers. They do their own thing.
It's so funny because when Lucas goes missing in the morning, I'm like, I know he's over in other streams causing trouble. I know he is. He's over there.
Not always. But just going back to what you were saying about the witness list, I think some of those people are on witness lists as a tactical strategy.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know,
yes, out of the courtroom.
Aiden being on prosecution witness list. They're never going to call Aiden.
No, he got the exception because have we talked about the fact that he had charges dismissed?
Yes,
I don't think we have. Okay, I can get to that. Zach is fresh. Zach looks fresh. I like it.
Zach, come in here so we can objectify you. So we want to objectify you. It's all right.
I'm looking at last year's testimony from Christina Hanley, and it's basically she's saying the same thing now as she said last year. Exactly the same. It's no different whatsoever so far.
Well, we all know that Hank is having people look at their old first trial testimonies to make sure that they're correct or what they need to change or whatever. Like, I was blown away. I didn't think that they were allowed to do that. I thought they'd go over transcripts, but for them to like show the witnesses what they previously said, that seems fucking suspect.
Amy,
nothing's changed. You know, nothing's changed. The 9 pieces of glass found at the scene, they'll never change. There'll always be the same 9 pieces of glass, and there'll always be 6 that were matching and 3 that weren't.
Amy, somebody wants to speak with you, please.
Hi, baby. Declan. Hi, honey bunny. What are you doing? You home from school early?
Yeah, I had a class party today.
You did? Was it fun?
Yeah, we got to watch the movie. Can you play Roblox later?
He wants to know if you play Roblox later.
Sure, fun, please.
He's got to check his calendar.
Yeah, I know. Caden's like, I'm in Minecraft right now. Sorry, but later on.
I'm in Minecraft too.
Yes, he's on Minecraft building a mansion.
Oh, mansion.
I'll message you on WhatsApp. You guys, this is my future husband. I'll be like 78 and he'll be like 20, but that's fine.
Okay. I had to get him on my WhatsApp so he could text Amy and Nikki because he would pick up my phone and there would be like random text messages and I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, nothing. I text my girlfriend and I'm like, stop picking up my phone. Stop talking to my friends, weirdo. So we set him up with
we have the Irish mafia.
Yo,
little bro, what's happening?
What's good?
So what did you think?
Yeah, Melanie knows.
About what?
About this, what's happening today? The day has been a fucking shit show.
Yeah, it's when the prosecution's up, I just do my work.
Yeah, same.
Did you hear Betterow was kind of cracking jokes that he can't cross Proctor and Yuri because that's all the cases that were dropped that involve them, the Turtle Boy?
Oh yeah, he was mad. Really? He really wanted to cross them, but
I didn't know that.
Everything that was related to Proctor and Yuri was dropped, and then a picketing charge.
Yeah.
What about Tully? Anything with him?
He didn't. I don't think he has one with Tully.
He's
does
a
he?
hateful cunt. Yeah.
I don't think he has. Maybe he. I don't know if he has any charges against Tully.
No, he
That guy's
does. He has a
slick.
restraining order.
He does, because I remember 2 weeks ago.
He's involved in way more, and he's getting away with it all.
Tully's
Honey,
got
him and Lank. Where's Lank? Why has Lank been up there? He has more to do with this than Lanka. He has more to do with this than what we know.
And
Lucas, I couldn't let these two beat up on you. I had to join you, my friend.
If you were the
Thank you,
jury
Mom.
and you heard all, look at Kevy Kev, he's so cute.
I love Kevy Kev.
If you
He's always
heard
been
all of the people names that are listed, like people's names that you keep hearing over and over, Michael Proctor, Link, Jen McCabe's name, all these names that are Brian Higgins, Good, all these people's names that have been brought up numerous times. As a jury member, wouldn't you be wondering, like, where are these people?
100%.
Why aren't they testifying?
Oh, we got the hood bugger.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Hey, kiddos, what you doing?
Hey, baby. Oh, just talking what we do best.
Why
How
are you turning the
handsome?
screen? You want
Why
to
is your
objectify
camera
you.
off? I know.
No, y'all have your cameras off. I can
You
too.
know how I feel about salt and pepper hair. It's like that's my favorite.
Yeah, it's not
Salt
fair.
and
that
pepper.
you Let us talk to
Salt
you
and pepper.
and talk about you. There
There
you
he
go.
is.
Oh,
There he
Mark's
is.
here too. Ooh,
Hello.
got the ones up here. Yeah, where's Kevin Kev?
I'm
Come on,
so shy. Stop it. I'm so shy.
Oh yeah, you're
Goodness.
very shy.
You were that kid in kindergarten that all like the teachers loved. I can tell you have like the same personality as my son. They're like, he's like, see ya, flirting with women, trying to take him home.
I think he writes
Kindergarten teachers did not like me. I got a lot of spankings. That's back when they actually spanked kids in school.
I did. I
really?
got a spank in elementary school. Yep, I got a spank.
Now, by high school, I got along with some teachers. Still didn't get along with some, but got along with some of them.
I went to
I had fun.
Catholic school.
Kind of like in
and
Auntie Deb's class. That's kind of how I acted in school.
all the feral kids that had to sit by themselves are in this chat currently. I can tell you that right now. all the bad kids. Yo, I went to Catholic school and like the teachers hated me, with a fucking passion. I still remember my first grade teacher. I have resentments. I have to work on it. Oh
Well,
my God.
my kindergarten
Mike's case
year,
rate.
I was deaf my kindergarten year, so I couldn't hear anything, and it made it very, very hard.
Noodles, you were definitely marked a bad kid in school. I can guarantee
Noodles
that
is
right
like
now.
she was the instigator. What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
Noodles is the one
Lucas,
that
were you a bad kid in school?
would get in trouble.
Yeah,
He just
see that giggle.
That's that.
Mark
Was I a
was the
bad- No, I
guy.
was an absolute fucking angel. I was. I never got into
Fucking
trouble
lies.
at all.
You lying twat. Mark was the athlete that drank kegs in the woods on the weekends
What the fuck
and
did
had to
you know?
play. Listen, I can peg it. I can peg things. And Zach,
We didn't have any
Zach
places.
had women falling all over him.
You can peg things.
We partied at the tree. What are you talking about?
I'll peg you.
When I was in high school, we partied at the tree. Meet us at the tree. How we all knew what the tree was and which tree it was, we knew.
You got issues.
Yeah, we had the parking lot behind Mr. Gaddy's Pizza, and then when it got to where that, we could things in public, it was cul-de-sac. We had our own cul-de-sac.
When I was in high school, my high school had its own train station to downtown. Where I went to school, like really in the city. Yo, I was never at school. Like my mom would like drop me off, or I'd get to school somehow, and I would jump on the train to downtown Boston, like just acting up. Yeah.
Carrie said I was good in school when I went.
Yeah, right. Same girl right here. I was Catholic school degenerate. Yeah. Okay, Mark, were you a Catholic schooler? You seem like it.
No, I used to get dropped off at church, and me and my brother would sit underneath the church.
You know, it's funny. It's Steve and his sister were always public school, but when so Steve is adopted, my husband, and his sister is adopted, and then his brother is homemade. And like we all know the homemade one is the favorite, right? Like she literally has said, "How's my favorite doing?" in front of all of us, and we're all like, "Are we here?" Like he's really right there. But he went to Catholic school until high school, and then he told his mom he was not going to go to school again if she didn't take him to public school. And he was the worst of all of them. I mean, my husband got in trouble in high school, but like Jonathan got in a lot of trouble. Oh yeah, Steve and Pamela used to tell Jonathan, "Mom had to have you. She chose us."
Wow.
I'll never forget. I had a high school teacher. They were like, "Amy, I like you." They were like, I really just have a soft spot in my heart for you, but you just need to get out of your own fucking way. I mean, they didn't use fucking, but they were like, you need to get out of your own way. Nothing's changed. Zero things have changed. And just like my mother, everyone's like, I'm her baby. And like my middle sister will be like, Amy's your favorite. Ah! And my mother's like, I love, yeah. My mother's like, I love all my kids equally. And I'll look at her like,
there you go.
Oh, when Steve's mom said it, everyone was like, "Really, Mom?" And she's like, "Well, you're my favorite, and you're my favorite, and you're my favorite." And we're like, "Yeah, you can't fix that."
Lucas, Lucas, let's hear what you did in school. We heard that laugh.
What did I do in school?
What didn't he do?
Yeah, I think it's easier to say I did just about everything.
Schoolwork and show up.
He was gaming, banging bitches in his parents' house.
I think he was a straight A dork. I think he was the one that went to school was perfect.
Let the man speak.
I used to get blamed for a lot of things that my friends had done because we were all part of this same group that did stupid shit. And I used to get blamed for a lot of it because I never got caught. You know, the one thing I did learn very early on in life is if you're going to do something wrong, don't get caught for it. Yeah. And I used to get blamed because
I'm working.
There was never ever any evidence that that I was guilty. There were a couple of times when I got caught, but yeah, I got up to all sorts of shit.
I mean, I think all of us, that's why we're all kind of attracted to each other in this chat, like, because we're all pretty much.
I was born feral as fuck. This is me on camera and off camera. I just like you just be yourself. This is a group of just being yourself and not having to fit into a box. And I love that.
You want to talk about favorites? We were at my mother-in-law's house Christmas one year. I was pregnant.
You guys, I gotta bounce.
All right. We were about to leave, and my mother-in-law was looking out the window. Like, my husband's literally packing up the car so we can drive 13 hours home from Virginia, because they live out by DC. And so we're packing up the car. He's going in and out with all of our luggage. My mother-in-law's got a cup of coffee in her hand. I have a cup of coffee, and she goes, "Man, I hope it clears up a lot. Jonathan has a 2-hour drive." And I was like, "Am I here? Do you see me? Like, you do see your son packing our car. We're driving 13 hours. Like, but Jonathan's going too, so be careful." So it's always, we all know that he's the favorite. But he also won't get married and won't have kids. And
So he's a genius.
He moved to France, and he has got dual citizenship in Paris, and he lives in Paris. And he comes home when he wants to. So his mom's like, "Well, that's not fair." But I've tried to hook him up with other people. It just doesn't work. He won't get married. How was your anniversary, Mark?
Like every other year, non-eventful.
Just keeps coming around.
2 young kids are pissing us off.
How many years have you been married?
8.
That's good. You made it over the 7-year hump.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
No, it was fine, but I mean, we don't do anything. You got the 2 kiddos. You can't go out.
Yeah, I know. People ask us. But my best friend used to tell me this before she got divorced. Like, you don't want your marriage to last. You're gonna have to get comfortable. You have to go out drinking with your friends sometimes. And I was like, really? Because and one night out cost me to go out for one night. I have to pay a babysitter for 2 kids, which is probably about $120, right? Depending on how many hours you're out.
Yeah,
Then, and that's what then all they're doing is sleeping because I put the kids to bed before they get here. So I pay $120 for babysitter. Now I have
I
to
thought
pay.
you meant every time you go out, you have a kid.
No. I've had enough children. I learned that I don't have. I yeeted that uterus. I was like, get that shit out of here. And then I had. We have to go buy dinner for the 2 of us. So that's what with drinks and dinner. It's probably what $70 with tip. And then you're going to go to the club. That's another cover charge. And you have to pay parking because you're in Orlando. There's nowhere to park. So you have to either do valet or find a place to park with money. And by the time you're done, it is literally cost me over $500 to go out for one night.
Yeah, it's absurd.
I'm like, for 2 of us to do nothing. I am fertile Myrtle, but I will... To my husband, it's kind of my fault. My husband wanted me to stop smoking. I said, knock me up. I didn't think he'd take it seriously for 3 years straight. Okay.
Jesus.
I thought that if I said once, that I would only have one.
Jesus Christ, Mark. I cannot keep a straight face with you around me.
You gotta laugh.
That's true. I told him knock me up, I'd quit smoking. He just kept me pregnant for 3 years.
Are you trying to kill a fly?
Well, at least you had fun.
You'd think I knew what caused it, but after a while, I guess. Then I told them all to get away from me.
I hope it's not much longer with this girl.
She bores me to death, but she's so scared. Like, she's so scared.
Amy's right. Like, she doesn't want to be there.
She's done it before.
I know.
She did it last
It's just
year.
like-
I'm sure she's done other
Nothing like
trials.
talking about hysterectomies on.
I yeeted that shit, okay? I was like, screw it. Oh, we got one.
Where's Zach from?
Oh,
Texas, the planet known as Texas.
Texas. What part?
Hill Country, north of San Antonio.
Nice.
I don't see you, D.
I
Marie.
got buddies in Dallas.
Yeah.
Are you in the waiting room at a doctor?
Hill Country's nice.
Nice.
Noodles.
I just wanted to pop up and say, if you all don't believe I was a good kid growing up, I was. My friend Mandy, that's in the chat, also, she
What the hell
can
happened?
vouch for me. My first and fourth grade teacher
who's
introduced
Mandy
me
that
to
we
my
don't
2 youngest kids' dad and tried to get me to get him straight, and he's not straight, obviously.
I did 24,000 there.
Who's Mandy?
Manda Panda.
Oh, okay.
Not Barry Manilow's Mandy, I hope.
No, it's Manda Panda. I've known her since I was 2.
Bum ba dum bum 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 ba da 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 da.
Get up
I was a
on
good
this.
kid. I was a very good kid.
Get up on this.
Melanie, I'm not trying to make anybody feel like Satan's children.
Don't lie. She is part of the Satan's Children Club. Don't lie.
I am not. I was a good kid. I became a bad adult.
At least you're honest.
Hey, I can't help it.
Right.
I mean, I was a good kid too.
No, you weren't. You're a bad kid and a bad adult.
Yeah, I just kept. You know what they said? Be bad and be good at it. So
you just kept the trademark going.
Lucas, keep singing. Push it good.
Why? Salt and pepper's here, and we're in effect. Want you to push it back, cool it by day, then at night. Working up the sweat. Come on, girls, let's go to the guys that we know. How to become number one at a hot body show. Now push it. Dun, 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 dun,
Push it.
And we lost all our
Real
viewers.
good. Do, 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 do. Right.
Yeah, I was jamming just now.
Fucking top song. That song and Blue Monday are the ones that I really remember from the 80s.
Okay, mine is TLC.
Dum, 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 dum.
The rap to
Okay,
TLC.
good night. I'm going to take a nap for the rest of lunch.
All right, bye. Love you.
Must be nice.
Shoot the rap to shoot. Da-doop, da-doop, da-doop. Shoot.
Where's Bitch Bev? It's 203.
Yeah.
You're packed in your stack, especially in the back. Brother, wanna thank your mother for a butt like that. Can I get some fries with it? Shake, shake, booty. If looks could kill you, would beat a Uzi. You're a shotgun. Bang! What's up with that thing? I wanna know. How does it hang? Straight up, straight up. Hold up, Mr. Lover. Like Prince said, you're a sexy mother. I like them real
Ellie,
or style.
Ellie, are you quoting Shakespeare? That's beautiful.
Huh?
Are you quoting Shakespeare? That's beautiful.
I am.
I hate songs like that.
I love shoot. You have to know that. If you don't know that, Zach.
Yes,
that,
I know it. I hated it even back then. How about some Bob Dylan?
I did rap to
Oh,
you.
God, no. Fucking Bob Dylan. Let me slit my wrists first. Jesus Christ.
Look,
You'd rather listen to TLC?
My
come on.
my child made me put Backstreet Boys on the way to school. Okay.
No, no.
Oh.
Ba, ba, ba.
You hear them?
As long as you love me.
No, it's Backstreet. Sing it, Declan.
How about Van Halen or Guns N' Roses or real music?
I say,
Whenever I hear that song, it's always Weird Al Yankovic.
No.
Declan was all singing to you guys. He was in it.
I bought it on eBay.
Amy, there's my girl. Yep, you know real music. Never gets old.
Yeah.
It's my running
Guns
music.
Guns N' Roses and Van Halen, I listen to a lot of that shit.
Little Pearl Jam.
Oh yeah, Pearl Jam. I love them.
White Snake, AC/DC.
Mr.
Meatloaf.
Big.
Out of all of those, I like a couple AC/DC songs. Which is weird. Everybody that loves Van Halen and GNR love AC/DC, and I'm just kind of, I don't know, kind of cool on them. There's a couple songs that are good, but
You can't beat Thunderstruck. Thunderstruck is one of
oh,
the
that's great.
all-time
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah,
anthems.
yeah. The old stuff is good.
Have you ever played a drinking game with Thunderstruck?
Can't say
But
remember.
everybody will be drunk by the time that song's over. Every time it says thunder, somebody else you switch to drink. You have to drink until the next thunder comes, and by the time you're wasted by the time it's over.
Yeah, I bet.
Nelson Twins, hell yeah, baby.
Oh, Nikki says Warren. Didn't
No.
Warren sing Cherry Pie? Is that Warren? She is
Yes,
my
that's Warren.
Cherry Pie. That was an
Yeah.
ace song.
Yeah.
That was a really cool song.
Yeah.
Oh, Def Leppard. Fuck Def Leppard. Gay bastards. Oh, I didn't say that. I did not say that. Def Leppard are great, yeah.
I'm hot and cold on them. Some of theirs I like.
I got it, Mary.
Bernard, Mark, were you joking when you said Bob Dylan?
I didn't say Bob Dylan.
Who said Bob Dylan? Was it Zach?
I said it. No, I wasn't joking. He's not someone I listen to that much, but he's got much better writing skills than Shoot from TLC
No.
or
You
whoever
might
their
as
name
well-
was.
Stop
You
picking on Shoot,
You might
okay?
as well You might as well get the fucking cassette player out and put on some Boxcar Willie. Fucking Willie Nelson.
Hey, what's wrong with Boxcar Willie? I love Willie Nelson. Make fun of that.
Oh,
all of Texas will invade your country if you make fun of Willie Nelson.
Yeah, Willie Nelson's he's an icon. You can't make fun of Willie.
Is he still alive or has he passed away?
He is.
He's still alive.
He's still touring
Yeah.
in his 80s. He did stop smoking dope like 3 years ago. He said I thought it might be bad for his health, so in his 80s he quit smoking marijuana.
Milli Vanilli. They don't even sing, but we still like them. Yes, everyone really likes them.
I did. When Milli Vanilli came out when I was a kid, I did like him. That's very embarrassing, but I did like him then.
Yeah,
Everybody did till
Milli
they found
Vanilli
out.
was great. It was good music. It's just that it wasn't them who were
Wasn't them.
performing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Willie Nelson is. There's nothing better than mamas don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys.
Or Lukenbach, Texas, which I'm right down the road from Lukenbach. So
Brooks and
it's a
Dunn.
fun little place to go to. Yeah. I don't have any certain genre. I just like who I like, whether it's rock or country or whatever.
Now, if you're Liam, you only listen to drinking songs from country music. Which for some reason, that's what he loves. Oh, sounds like we're back.
Cool.
Okay. See ya.
Hey, this court's back in session. Please be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Hanley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those with Dr. Finish, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually, or are you just gonna set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
It's 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
Sorry. The top,
Sorry, I apologize, Your Honor.
That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine, to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left a 1 out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit. I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything you suggested that, right?
I think I just made note, I'd have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories.
Okay.
Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we talk about them in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by NSP or crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from.
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our 3rd category. Was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Well, what it said on the evidence envelope, that's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes. So the 9 pieces of glass from 712 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one, 1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen
Yeah.
that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Set this aside for a second. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking
The
about.
one
Oh,
under the red tape.
yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label. Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
Jurors, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little easier.
So you can cut that from down. Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name in the middle of that evidence bag?
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have, yeah.
I realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the photo. doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's all I need. Taking a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it says, it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the four categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Buchanan glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with the court's permission.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. You've got a copy of this. Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the.
This is it.
So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes. Thank you. All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
KKK for ID.
Ms. Hanley, if I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left, looking at the first category? Do you see 3-2?
Yes,
How is that described?
it's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with.
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
It's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes.
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
Yes,
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chart?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized, yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chart?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is an echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? check your notes, feel free.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
205? Your Honor, the court indicated that it would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Okay, come on over for a second. Actually, have those have those been done?
It has been done, and I was going to explain it sidebar.
All right, then come on over. $205.
Thank you. Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. You see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the glass, single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see? Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 7-12 or anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 7-12, did not match anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this is an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? What was consistent with what?
Item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison, there was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Lally?
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
May we approach?
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper could be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched that cup, correct?
Sustained.
But the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source, or was consistent with coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered or in possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Feel free to stand up and stretch. All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're in sidebar. We don't like it when we're in sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Goodbye.
Hi, my loves. So I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be Welcher starting. That's what I think is going to happen. That's why they called it early.
What's been marked for actually for injury evidence 205. Here in the process,
We have no court until Tuesday.
the one that actually went into evidence is not.
Yeah, they're talking.
Yeah.
We'll get that printed to you. I think before we leave.
No, we have court tomorrow.
Right. I'd like it before we leave. So before you leave. So.
Court tomorrow?
All right. All right. Have a good weekend.
Oh, wow.
All right.
You know, Bev has the Cape to get to. It's gonna be a shit show, and she's trying to get there tonight. Yeah, no court tomorrow. We were all talking about like the O'Keefes, how they can sit there and still think that Karen did this.
Oh, I know.
Like that's not supporting your son or your brother, in my opinion. Like, yeah, she's got Dennis Port stat. Dennis Port's beautiful. It's one of my faves.
Got to get to her cottage in the Cape. What are we gonna do with no court? I want to be with you guys.
Can you clear this up for me? There's definitely no court until Tuesday.
Yes.
Why?
We have Memorial Day on Monday, so it's a long weekend, and Bev has a Cape house, and she wants to get there tonight.
But the plan was it was going to be half day tomorrow.
Wait
and
a
then-
minute. What? Today's only Wednesday, right?
Yeah, that's why I said, why is there no court tomorrow?
Why is there no court tomorrow? I'm confused. I was thinking it was Thursday all day. God, I'm new here. Don't bother. Don't listen to me.
So I was thinking that you'd heard something that I hadn't.
She said, have a good weekend.
Yes, she did.
What the fuck is she doing? Jesus.
Right.
Here, let me go back and rewind.
Yeah,
what she-
let's go. I'm pretty sure she said, have a good weekend. You'll get a long weekend, blah, blah, blah. Because tomorrow was supposed to be a half a day.
Yep.
Harry, I want to go to the beach.
Oh yeah, play some more of Christina because she was hot.
Oh my God, Lucas.
That's why I won't do it.
That's why you won't do it. Jesus
That's why you
Christ.
like when I talk geeky to you.
Stage 5 Klinger is not there today.
The stage 5. Who's that chick flicking her foot around? Anyone ever figure out who the young girl is that looks like?
Jackie. That's Dougal's wife, isn't it?
No, that's the one with perma bitch face. I don't even see her in the court anymore.
I thought
Yeah,
we
she said no
decided
photo.
it was Peggy's granddaughter.
No,
Oh,
I
okay,
think
yeah, I mean,
John's niece.
I think it's one of the cousins.
I mean, she looks just like Peggy.
I don't believe the granddaughter. I've seen the granddaughter's picture, his niece's pictures from the GoFundMe. They don't look like that.
All right, so
Right.
jurors, I know you don't like it when we're at sidebar. We don't like it when we're at sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, we have so we have tomorrow and Friday a good.
What the fuck? Replay that.
Very, very important.
Kelly, mute yourself.
Discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case.
What did you say about tomorrow? Jesus Christ.
And we're at sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's
Thank you,
very,
Amy.
very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word.
That clears it up.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. So we were supposed to have a half day tomorrow and then no Friday and Monday. But now, because Hank probably doesn't have his fucking witnesses lined up, he wants extra time. You know,
Walter can't get
we're
here.
ahead of schedule, my fucking ass. No, we're not.
I bet you
I don't
Walter
know.
can't get here until Tuesday. I don't know why my dog's a wind blew. My dog's freaked out. So
Right on cue as well.
Yeah.
Right
yeah.
as she
I was
about to
trying
say.
to hit mute, but it didn't happen as fast.
There's my gorgeous Shari D. What's up, Mama?
Sorry, baby girl.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Well, Friday we're still gonna have a nighttime stream, 7:00. Be here. Be square. You guys can come up on panel and we can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. We'll probably talk about Karen Reed for some of it and personal shit the rest of it.
We have Feral Friday evening.
We have Feral Friday. Kevin, stop it.
I mean,
oh my god.
Here's my stop blaming it on the dog. Okay, it was me barking. I couldn't help it. I was like because I had to. I have a now. Do you guys want to meet up with us tomorrow sometime? Not early, anytime we can meet up and we can play. I can find another court case or something else to play.
We can go over Diddy. I've been following that shit like at night, and that shit is wild. Is anyone in agreement with that? That shit is wild.
Do you have a good channel to listen to?
I do, yeah.
All right. I mean, we can put that on tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not, probably not 7:30, but we'll do it. We'll set it for like 11 or something, and we'll go over Diddy.
Actually, if you want to start it at like 12:30, I'll be home from getting Declan, and
yeah, that sounds good.
From like 12:30 until the afternoon. If that works with everybody.
Yeah, I'll reset the stream, and we'll meet here at 12:30.
Look at that.
Do some Diddy. Diddy's a bad man, man. Listen, you know, people are into some kinky sex, but there's some questionable shit that's gone down in that case, and that's why he's being charged by the feds with all that. I'm not saying that everyone that gets arrested has done this, but he's not. Listen, if nothing else, he's a really bad boyfriend.
Oh, I heard the stuff he did to her.
Oh my god, like what? And
Here's my
people protect him. He's
They
been
do.
protected for decades.
There's a whole just like Epstein's list. There's a Diddy list. And there are names on it that people are gonna be shocked at.
People have been saying that Drake is on that list.
Yeah, there's also I've heard other names on that list that I don't want that I am shocked at. Don't yell at me and don't yell at Amy. He's because his bed is right behind underneath the computer. So he so like what he did to Justin Bieber, what he did to Usher, I mean Usher is kind of complicit because he helped with Justin Bieber thing, but Justin, I've seen him over the years try to protect people. Like he protected Billie Eilish completely.
Mm-hmm.
And I have some. I love me some Bieber.
You know, this is the thing about Usher, right? Like I
Abuse
saying that he's complicit. Literally, his abuse perpetuates abuse.
Right.
And if he was put in a bad situation as a kid, and then, you know, what the fuck is Justin Bieber's parents thinking, giving custody over to somebody else. Like I would knock someone out.
I agree.
But no. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of people that are complicit if this abuse is true, right? 50
Right.
Cent has been saying it forever that this dude is a fucking weirdo. You're right.
Cat Williams.
Cat Williams, that's right. And people have been calling him crazy. And Jaguar, right? He's been saying this for years.
Cat Williams got like shunned from the community for a long time because he said it. And now he's like, bitches, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Ashton Kutcher, he fucking shady. You know what's messed up? He was he's associated to Diddy and a girl that got murdered and all this kind of stuff. And him and Mila Kunis were the heads of some sex trafficking organization. And after it all came out, because his best friend was that guy Danny Masterson from the 70s show, and he's in prison for rape and all of this kind of stuff. Jamie Foxx, yes,
He was
that's another
poisoned
one.
by Diddy.
What? He
That's
was
why
poisoned.
he almost died. He was poisoned by Diddy. That's why he was in
All
the
of this is allegedly and just what we've heard. I don't know these things for a fact, but I'm watching the trial like I've been watching Karen Reed, and things are looking real. I'll be sure. Yes, girl. Yes.
If you watch videos of him with Justin, even like a couple years after, he's like, "Oh, why haven't you gotten a hold of me?" And Justin's like, "Sorry, man, been kind of busy." Or there's one time where he's like, they're like going up to give each other a hug, and you can tell he's checking him for like a wire. And like Justin, you saw the spiral he went through.
There was a young girl, I saw a clip of him, and he was at some like red carpet thing, and this young girl, she had to have been like 11 or 12, and it's caught on camera, and he's like, "Oh, are you coming to my after party? You'll have fun, I promise," and started like touching her like midsection.
Some people, hold on.
Kim Porter, yeah. I mean, I don't think he killed her. I think that was natural causes, but I think that she was with him long enough to know that he was an abusing piece of shit. As someone who has been in bad situations with men, like they don't change. The people don't change. Once you start hitting women and you start doing that stuff, you think you can. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So we had this guy. His name is Milk Tyson. Believe it or not, Milk. But he was he was the guy of the Child Cancer Society that I'm witnessing for a federal investigation. He was the head of it, and literally the man has drug dealer written across his chest. He was a friend of Bieber's. That's his name.
Listen, drug dealers, like if you're in a gang and you're a drug dealer and you're like, that does not make you a bad person. That makes you doing what you know. Hold on, I'm just saying, when you start fucking hitting women and raping women and putting them in that's what makes you a fucking piece of shit. I know plenty of drug dealers that open doors for women and like treat them right. You know what I mean?
Milk. That's what he was. He was the drug dealer to the start. He also knew. Sorry, he knew Diddy and he knew Kim Porter and like his son. They hung out together, stuff like that. So like Milk this is the same guy who wanted all the little cancer girls to come around him. Like he was crazy, and I'm
gross.
Yeah, like he liked little cancer girls that had no hair, and he was part of the Diddy crew.
I think Michael Jackson got fucked up because of his upbringing in the music industry. His father, he had I think they called it Peter Pan syndrome, and everyone kept saying that he was touching little kids, he was doing this, that, and the other thing. I don't think that that's true. In my opinion, I think that he was just a very broken individual and wanted to be a kid because he never had a childhood.
I agree with you.
He was just a weirdo and an easy target.
Macaulay
I don't think.
Macaulay
Culkin, exactly. That poor kid.
Said it numerous times. He's like, nothing ever. He never hurt me. He never touched me. He had Peter Pan syndrome. Exactly.
Yeah.
He was still living his childhood through his adulthood, and he was living it through hanging out with other kids. And it looks bad, but it's not something
like should he have been like sleeping in bed with Macaulay Culkin when he was 9? No. But do I think that he would like, no, I think he just wanted to like engulf the childhood that he didn't have. And a lot of people, I mean, he paid people off to leave him alone.
Yeah. I mean, and you'll never get me to say that he wasn't the king of pop and that I don't love his ass, because it's one of my favorite artists in the world.
No, I don't think that Michael Jackson was a creepy predator. I think that he was a broken soul.
I think
yeah, we are gonna see you next Tuesday, bitch. Actually, we'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna be tomorrow half day starting at like 12:30, and play some Diddy of the Diddy trial, and then for a couple hours, and then we can do some Friday too, so everyone can get their fix of their feral
Lucas,
chat.
are you gonna join us on Friday night? I know it's really late for you. I think we lost him. Yeah, he's gone. All right, I gotta finish up work. Lucas, Echo. Oh, there you are.
What's up?
Right. Yeah, no, that's what we're going to do. We're going to read tweets and kind of go over. I know some creators that have been at the courthouse and covering it. And it's really, really telling.
She's got some peeps. Is it Joel that we're listening to?
No, God, no. He annoys the shit out of me, but I like his guests sometimes. I have Tisha Tells. I have 2 other people. I don't know their channel names, but we'll plug them.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, all right, we'll be here. She's got rescheduled the stream for 12:30. And then what I'll do, I'll make a quick thumbnail.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So it's not to do, but I do have to say something, and this is not to give myself props, but when you're looking for YouTube, the Karen Reed stuff, and you go through thumbnails, ours looks amazing.
It does. You're very creative.
And the way that it has like Karen looking back and John looking forward, and they're like almost the whole picture, because not everybody has that, and it just I really like it.
It stands out. It's very nice.
It does. So I'll make a quick thumbnail so we can send it to you.
All right, I'm gonna jump off. I gotta log out of work and stuff, but I love you, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I love you too. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye for now.